20. Good morning. For those of you who don't know me, I'm Anne Marie Slaughter, CEO of New America, and it's my pleasure to welcome you all to the 7th Annual Future Security Forum. This year, our forum is a little different from years past. In the midst of the pandemic, it's important to take pause and to rethink our definition of national security. On the 20th anniversary of 9/11, we reflect and we mourn and we honor those who died, not only on the day, but in the wars that followed. But we also must reflect on the deaths of 4.5 million people worldwide from a virus that only arrived in the United States at the beginning of last year. It has killed more Americans than every foreign war combined since the Korean War. Hinge events like these change the way people understand the world and their concept of what leaders and institutions must do to keep the world secure. As we get launched on this year's Future Security Forum, I want to start by once again praising the Arizona State University New America partnership that got us here. After my remarks, I'll be handing off to Michael Crow. I will be handing off to Jim O'Brien, who is providing remarks today on behalf of Michael Crow and the President's Office, in which where Jim is as well, for ASU. The Future of War project, which is led by Peter Bergen and Daniel Rothenberg, is now in its 7th year. And in addition to this forum, we've had over 140 events in DC and Arizona, reaching thousands of thought leaders and journalists, government officials, members of the military, faculty, and students. We've created the Center on the Future of War, which will soon be the Future Security Institute, based at ASU. It's grown from just Peter and Daniel to a team of 20 faculty and over 150 affiliated faculty from multiple fields. We've conducted research projects on drones, terrorism, proxy war, and other issues. And we've published over 15 books from faculty and fellows, as well as major prizes and grants. And we put out, in keeping with the changing nature of security, the Coronavirus Daily Brief, which rounds up news on the virus from all over the world. We've also created the online Masters in Global Security, which is now in its 5th year with over 175 students and 200 graduates, half of whom are current military or veterans, over 1/3 women, and over 40% minorities. I'll just say we also really pioneered this partnership between a major university and a think tank, not simply the research work, but the actual offering of a degree and the teaching of that degree. And finally, ASU also supports New America's Fellows Program with some terrific future security fellows every year. I also have to start with thanks, and a huge thanks to our conference organizing partners this year, the Strategic Studies Institute of the Army War College, led by Director Carol Evans, and the Joint Special Operations University, led by Colonel Ike Wilson, who is himself a New America International Security Fellow and a professor of the practice at ASU. As you will see, if you haven't joined us before, the Future Security Forum is a different kind of Washington, D.C. policy conference. And indeed, one of the advantages of being virtual is that we are not all in Washington, we are all over. This is the signature event of the Future of Security Project. Over the past 6 years, we've had over 1,500 attendees in person and about 20,000 live stream views. We had 1,500 attendees at last year's online conference, and we always have current and former senior leaders from our armed forces. We value their voices, and we're grateful that they recognize the platform that this conference provides to share their views. We also see this conference as an opportunity to exemplify what we at New America see as a central part of our mission to honestly confront the challenges caused by rapid technological and social change. And again, as we rethink our security, the we who is doing the thinking is changing rapidly as the United States moves from being a white majority nation to a plurality nation, a nation that reflects and connects the world, but also as a nation that is in the grips of massive technological change. Today, you're going to hear about how to redefine national security 20 years from now. What is the future of conflict in space, the future of intelligence, the special operations forces in 2040, the implications of artificial intelligence at the nexus with international humanitarian law, diversity in policymaking, and UFOs identified by the US military, which is not science fiction. It's the front page of the New York Times. What do they mean? There'll be many more topics tomorrow, such as the future of Afghanistan, climate security, the future of COVID, and more. Finally, I'd just like to comment on the New America US Army Fellowship. In 2018, New America and the US Army announced a new partnership where New America would host an Army Fellow. 1 year ago, our third New America Army Fellow, Lieutenant Colonel Eric Johnson, joined the New America team. These connections between the military and the civilian world are incredibly valuable to both the Army and to New America, and we're honored to be partnered with the Army on this program. We are this year very pleased to welcome our newest Army Fellow, Colonel Crystal Hills, to the New America team. So we're going to have a spectacular couple of days, and to greet you from ASU, I am very pleased now to introduce you to James O'Brien, the Senior Vice President of University Affairs and Chief of Staff to President Michael Crow at ASU. Jim, over to you.
Thank you, Anne-Marie. I appreciate the opportunity to be here on behalf of ASU and President Crow today. I work as you said, as Chief of Staff to President Crow, and he's apologetic he couldn't make it. But what I wanted to do was just take a moment and build on the remarks that you made first about the program today itself. You know, the theme is 20 by 20. And this theme, I think, is particularly well suited to the New America ASU partnership. And that's because as we look back 20 years in the post 9/11 world and then look ahead, we're trying to learn from what's occurred, but we're also trying to determine what actions we should take going forward. And so one of the things I think at ASU here, we'd just like to highlight for the audience and have folks think about is the action element of this. And so I think this is well suited to the ASU New America partnership, because while we're focused on ideas, we're also focused on acting on those ideas and finding ways to put into practice the kinds of projects and activities that are identified here, the new ways of moving forward. So this theme, I think, is particularly well suited to what we're doing here today, and it lends itself to this very unique partnership. I think, Anne-Marie, you indicated, in some ways, I think about 8 years ago when we started this was an experiment. Can you take an action tank and think tank, and can you blend it with the nation's largest public university? And can you do something that the two institutions couldn't do perhaps as well alone as they can do together? And I think clearly this event today and all the activity we have underway between both organizations suggests that, yes, that is entirely possible. And we've, I think, chartered new territory in many ways for taking on a subject like this and finding new ways of engaging and taking action going forward. President Crow would be unhappy if I didn't acquaint the audience with just some elements of ASU for those who may not know us well. And what I'd like to emphasize there is this ethic, this commitment, this mission we have at ASU to access to higher education. And so we say as part of our charter that ASU is going to be measured in terms of its success, not by who we exclude, but by who we include and how they succeed. And that may not sound like a big deal, but as you try to merge that with excellence and action and impact across the country, that's something historically people have thought not to be possible. And at ASU, we're doing all we can to provide this access to higher education. At the same time, have this tremendous impact through research and partnerships like our partnership with New America at a national scale. Now, I think that's important because as I was looking at the agenda today, Anne Marie, I thought of all the topics, and these are fantastic topics we're taking on, as you noted, conflict in space, intelligence, special operations, Afghanistan, COVID. But at ASU, the one topic that really caught my attention, and I think the audience should consider as we're talking about all these things, was the sixth panel today, which is entitled Diversity and Security Policymaking. And that is in many ways, I think, intimately tied to our first topic, redefining national security over the next 20 years. This country, we have such unbelievable talent in this country. But as we look to do more, to do it better, to bring about strategic competence, I think as General McMaster recently spoke about in his recent book, strategic competence, one key element of that is going to be our ability to bring more people, a greater diversity of people into the national security making process. And at ASU, that's so important to us, and a theme that's so important to us, because universities are all about talent, finding talent, producing talent, helping people be successful, and delivering them to the nation so that we can advance on all of the topics we've talked about, we will talk about here today and tomorrow. So I just offer that for consideration for the audience, the importance of that topic in the middle of everything else that we're discussing. And with that, Anne Marie, again, ASU appreciates very much the partnership with New America. This is a fantastic forum, a fantastic gathering of people, and I think there's much that can be achieved as a result of it all. So thank you. Thanks to Peter Bergen and Dan Rothenberg. And with that, I think we should get started.
Peter, you're on mute.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Jim. Thank you very much, Anne Marie. None of this could have happened without your support, so thank you. Welcome to the Future Security Forum 2021. It's our seventh annual forum. My name is Peter Berg. I'm Vice President of Global Studies and Fellows at New America, also Professor of Practice at Arizona State, where I co-direct with Dan Rothenberg the Center on the Future of War, which we're in the process of renaming Future Security Institute. 20 years after 9/11, more Americans have died of COVID than have died in any of our wars combined since World War I. More than 600,000 Americans have died, and unfortunately, we probably will surpass the number of Americans who were killed during the 1918 flu rather soon, which I think was 675,000. Obviously, the population of the United States was smaller at the time, but nonetheless, an important kind of milestone, unfortunately. Then, of course, we had the withdrawal from Afghanistan and the kind of humanitarian disaster that is unfolding there, the human rights disaster that is unfolding there, the strange kind of, who could have predicted that a member of Al-Qaeda would have a senior cabinet position in a foreign government, which is exactly where we are today in Afghanistan, with the appointment of the Minister of Interior, Siraj Haqqani, who's described as a leader of Al-Qaeda by the United Nations. And then, of course, we have domestic extremism. We have an event on Saturday in Washington, D.C., where I'm sitting, which, may pose a real threat to members of Congress and to others in the Washington, D.C. area, which all calls for a kind of re-examination of what we consider to be a national security in 2005, Anne-Marie ran a process at Princeton where it began with a quote from George Kennan, which is, I think, a very good quote from 1948, and I'm going to sort of paraphrase it. Essentially, national security is our ability to continue living our lives without interference from foreign powers. Well, today, we can kind of update that and say, without the interference of foreign powers or internal kind of powers or outside forces such as COVID. So in an effort to kind of rethink national security over the next 20 years, Heather Holbrook and Alexander Stark of New America have produced a video. Heather is the director of the New Models of Policy Change at New America. Alexander Stark is the senior researcher with political reform at New America and an expert also on kind of the Gulf monarchies and their proxy warfare strategies. So let's go to the videotape. Here is redefining national security over the next 20 years.
Years after 9/11, as we pass 600,000 COVID deaths in the United States and 4.5 million worldwide, U.S. forces wind up the longest American war in Afghanistan, and domestic extremist groups rise to unprecedented levels of activity. What does security mean to Americans now?
For the 7 decades that followed the end of World War II, U.S. leaders across partisan and generational lines shared a definition of key threats to national security, even when they fundamentally disagreed about how to respond to those security threats. In the years before September 11th, 2001, and for the decade that followed it, Americans across party and generational lines identified international terrorism as a critical threat to U.S. security in the post-Cold War world.
The entire world has seen for itself the state of our union, and it is strong.
The top list of threats from that period also included nuclear proliferation, U.S. dependence on foreign oil, and concerns about U.S. debt to China.
Terrorism, nuclear proliferation, energy dependence, and even great power competition. These are all threats to society as a whole that come from outside. Framings of security that strategists in the 1970s or the 1870s would have understood.
But as the 21st century dawned, Americans became increasingly concerned about issues that we might not even have thought of in national security terms a decade or two prior. While longstanding security issues like terrorism, nuclear proliferation, and the rise of other great powers still register, in 2020, Americans identified issues like the COVID-19 pandemic, the global economic downturn, domestic violent extremism, political polarization in the United States, and foreign interference in U.S. elections as critical national security threats.
As President Biden took office, Americans told Pew Research that they shared one top security priority across party lines. But that priority wasn't something that our national security tools and theories are designed to address. It was jobs. At around the same time, and as has been the case since 2019, Democrats picked violent white nationalist groups as the greatest security threat to the United States. Only 3% of Republicans agreed.
What did Republicans see as the greatest threat? A rising China. Political division around national security issues mirrors broader trends in the American public. Both policymakers and mass publics increasingly disagree about what even constitutes a national security issue, with little overlap across partisan divides. Whether someone identifies as a Democrat or Republican tells us a lot about whether they would prioritize dealing with global climate change, reducing immigration into the United States, or maintaining the U.S. military advantage as a top national security priority.
This has profound implications for the future. Researchers usually assume that a nation must have a foundational public consensus about what constitutes a threat in order to conduct effective policy. How should we think about building security in a country that doesn't have a shared conception of the threats we face?
We can begin by digging deeper into those divisions and learning important lessons about how race, gender, generation, and other identities shape Americans' understanding of security.
In recent years, for example, scholarship has identified a gender gap across party lines. Although women tend to report greater concern about security threats, they are less likely to support the use of force than men. A number of studies just released or in review identify lower support for military interventions, but higher support for Pentagon spending and the military as an institution among Black respondents in the United States as compared to whites. Other research appears to identify links among tolerance for non-American casualties, the race of the victims, and the race of the respondent.
The rising leaders of 20 years from now are today's Gen Z, young people born in 1997 or after. Some evidence suggests that the most diverse generation in U.S. history is less affected by partisan polarization and has a more unified view of the world than older generations. But young Americans' views on security differ significantly from their elders. A 2019 survey found that Gen Z are more likely than not to say that U.S. global leadership makes the U.S. less secure, and to rank human rights, climate change, and global poverty as more important security threats than competition with the rising China or international terrorism.
What can policy leaders do to rebuild a concept of security that garners a strong core of public support? Learn lessons from domestic efforts like criminal justice reform that built support across ideologies and identities. Make policy like the highly diverse country that we are, and listen first. Because successful policy won't just be for Americans, but also from Americans.
Hi, my name is Daniel Rothenberg. I'm professor of practice in the School of Politics and Global Studies at Arizona State University. And they also co-direct the Center on the Future of War and our larger future security initiative that links ASU with New America, where I'm a senior fellow. In addition, I co-direct the online MA in Global Security. We're now in our 5th year with the program. It's a professional program that allows students from all around the world to take our classes. We have about 175 students now. About half are currently in the military or are veterans. About 40% are minorities. About a third are women. We'll have a little video about that program. And I'm really proud to welcome all of you here today and to introduce General John J. Raymond, who's the Chief of Space Operations for the United States Space Force. And he'll be joined in conversation by Dr. Warren Singer, a strategist and senior fellow at New America, as well as a professor of practice with us at Arizona State University. And he'll be moderating a conversation, what is the future of conflict in space?
To better understand future international security challenges, Arizona State University, one of the largest and most innovative public research universities in the country, joined forces with New America, a creative and dynamic civic institution and think tank. Our work together led to the creation 4 years ago of the online master's degree in global security. The interdisciplinary degree links serious ideas with practical, policy-oriented applications to aid professional advancement in the military, government, non-governmental organizations, and the private sector. Students can pursue the security studies degree from anywhere in the world, study while working, and finish in a calendar year. What makes the Master of Arts in Global Security so valuable is our commitment to working closely with each of our students to help realize their goals, as well as our faculty who bring a wealth of intellectual and practical expertise to the program's diverse course offerings. To learn more about ASU's online global security degree, visit asuonline.asu.edu.
So I'm Peter Singer, and it is my pleasure to welcome you back to this conference and lead a discussion on the future of conflict in space. And we could not have a better leader and expert to take us through this topic than General John W. J. Raymond, who is Chief of Space Operations with the United States Space Force. General Raymond was commissioned through the ROTC program at Clemson University, Go Tigers. And since then, he has commanded at every level: squadron, group, wing, numbered air force, major command, combatant command, including deploying to Southwest Asia as director of space forces in support of operations Enduring Freedom and Iraqi Freedom. And so, General, thank you very much for joining us today for this conversation.
Oh, Peter, thank you. I really appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I'm really looking forward to the conversation.
So obviously a important anniversary animates this event, 9/11. Can you take us back to what you were doing on that day, and how has that experience informed the way that you see the world now?
I sure will. And first of all, again, let me just say thanks, and thanks to everybody that's joining in with us this afternoon. I did go to Clemson. I call that the Harvard of the South. But, so I'd been in the Air Force since 1984 is when I graduated from Clemson University. As I reflect back on 9/11, I was a lieutenant colonel. I had just given up squadron command, and I had moved to Peterson Air Force Base in Colorado Springs. I was what we call a deputy ops-troop commander. It was interesting. We were in the middle of an inspector general inspection, and had as an exercise been in higher states of readiness when the first plane hit the tower, and then when the second plane hit the second tower, basically what we did was we took exercise off the board and put real world on, and we just kept going without missing a beat. It's like all of us, it's something that I'll never forget. What it did though for me, if you look back, as I think back on it, the first, as a space officer we considered Desert Storm back in 1991 to be kind of the first space war. I actually believe the Cold War was actually the first space war, but it's really the first war where we took space capabilities and we integrated. So back in 1991, the very first use of GPS to help navigate, we used big strategic satellites to detect small scale missiles. And we saw the benefits of that integration. And largely from then, but specifically after 9/11, as we continued operating in the Central Command AOR, we get really matured that focus to be able to take space capabilities and integrate those capabilities into everything that we do as a joint and combined force. And there's nothing that we do that isn't enabled by space. I saw that firsthand when I deployed. And when I came home from that deployment, a lot of my friends asked me, well, what's the one thing the warfighters need from space? And what I walked away from was there's not one thing. Space is enabled, every part of space is enabling operations. Just like space enables our way of life for our nation and for our allies and partners. The average American uses space multiple times before they have the first cup of coffee. And so space is both absolutely critical. Access to space and freedom to maneuver in space is absolutely critical to our way of life, and it's absolutely critical to our way of war that's largely been developed and matured since 9/11.
So the theme of this conference is looking back 20 years, but also looking forward 20 years. And so I'd love to hear,
like space enables our way of life for our nation and for our allies and partners. The average American, I can't hear you, Peter.
All right. Do you hear me again? What I was saying is that the theme of this conference is looking back 20 years, but also looking forward 20 years. Could you tell me about what you believe the Chief of Space Operations will look like in the year 2041? Let's break this up into a couple of parts. How were they trained and developed? What was the flow of their careers? What would be similar to your background and maybe what would be different?
Yeah, I sure will. Kind of relates a little bit to the question that you first asked me. So when I think about where I was 20 years ago today for 9/11, I had just graduated from Squadron Command. And so the Chief of Space Operations for in 2041 will have grown up for the vast majority of his career in the Air Force at that point. I mean, they've done probably 15 to 17 years of being a space operator in the United States Air Force, and here over the last 20 something months has been a member of the new United States Space Force. And so as I reflected on this, I look at Hap Arnold, and if you look at Hap Arnold, 20 years before he became the chief of staff of an independent Air Force, he was a squadron commander doing air observation. It was an air observation squadron. And if you look at where I was 20 years ago, I was a squadron commander doing space observation. It was a space surveillance squadron. And largely, as I just talked about in our first question, we have largely been focused on integrating space into everything that we do as a joint and coalition force. And it's largely been done facing an adversary that doesn't have any space capabilities. There was not a big space threat, if you will, for in our operations that we've been undertaking. Again, going back to your first question, since 9/11. What has happened, though, is potential adversaries or competitors have watched how we've integrated space in this benign domain, and they have seen the advantage that provides us. And they're rapidly doing two things. One, they're building capabilities for their own use to have that same advantage. And two, building capabilities that deny us our access to space. And so that's why we stood up an independent space force to take an opportunity while we're still the best in the world in space to have a service that comes to work every day dedicated on this warfighting domain. So going back to the question, then, this Space Force chief of 2041 will have been in the Air Force, will have the foundational part of their career will have been spent integrating space into operations. And here over the last couple of years, really beginning to mature the thought of space as a warfighting domain and an independent view of space power co-equal with all the other services. And so just as the Air Force went from largely being a supporting service to the ground forces and maritime forces, space, which is still largely a supporting service, will also develop independent options to be able to compete, deter, and win with great powered competitors that we see today and into the future.
Can you tell me about the decisions that they might be making in this future? I'm thinking about everything from the grand strategy all the way down to the way that they apportion out their day, the day-to-day decisions. What will be similar to your day-to-day and your strategic thinking, and what might be different, say, 20 years out, and how they spend their day and also the larger challenges that they face?
Yeah, so one of the things that, going back a little bit to one of the aspects of the question that you asked last time, how will what will their career look like? In the 20 years from now until when they become a service chief, we hope to instill a better and deeper understanding of this new warfighting domain. I think we want to instill in them a deeper understanding of deterrence, because I really believe that space will play a significant role in ability to deter conflict from either beginning or extending into space, and if we can do that well, spilling over into other domains. I think that the Space Force chief will also be a global somebody with a global view. Our domain requires that. It's not, you can't split that domain up into little pieces. It requires, and it's one of the strengths that a space professional brings to the fight. The other thing that I think this professional will have to have a broader and deeper understanding of all the different sectors of space, whether it be national security space, international space, commercial space, and civil space. We all operate in the same domain, and the challenges that we see going forward with space becoming way more congested than what it is today, with significant numbers of capabilities being launched, way more competitive, with pretty much every aspect of space having a commercially viable path now as technology has gotten smaller technologies become more relevant. And I see it becoming even more contested as well as we go forward. So what are the decisions then with that kind of as a setting the stage for what those folks are going to have to develop here over the next 20 years? I think first of all, they're going to have to continue the dialogue. What's the role of national security space as an independent service operating in a domain that can provide independent options for decision makers. I think some of the decisions that the Space Force Chief of 2041 is going to have to figure out is how best to deter. Our goal is not to get into a conflict that begins or extends into space. It is to deter that. And so I think there's going to have to be a level of understanding of deterrence. And I think there's going to have to be decisions on escalation control, what's hostile intent, what are rules of engagement. As we mature this warfighting domain, all of those things are going to be part of the calculus that they're going to have to face. The other thing I get asked all the time when people hear about the Space Force, they think, we're up fighting aliens in the domain, which clearly is not our mission. But I do sense as space as humans, we begin to go beyond Earth into what some call, kind of a multi-planet species. And as we see, just here in about 3 days, NASA is going to launch a rocket that has 4 commercial astronauts on it, with no NASA astronauts, no military astronauts on there. Just 4 civilians are going to go orbit around the Earth for astronauts on it, with no military astronauts for 3 days before coming back in. I do see there's going to be more of a human presence in space, which then brings into mind what is the role of the military in securing that domain to allow economic development, to allow exploration, and to allow stability. Very similar, very analogous to what the Navy does today in the maritime domain, with maintaining security so the sea lines of communication are free and able to be exploited. And so I believe all those things will be decisions or things that will be on the plate of a service chief in 2041. And as I thought about that question, what I realized was 2041 is not that long, it's not that far away. And as I reflected back, I was a squadron commander. I mean, that's a relatively senior officer in the military. And so it's not as far as it seems when you just hear 2041.
I want to take your answer and flip it. You asked, what is the role of the military in security and space in this future? But you also talked about the growing civilian commercial role in space, both independently, but also increasingly as a partner to the military. What is the responsibility of these new civilian commercial partners, providers in space when it comes to the security side? I'm thinking, for example, do they have to meet the same cyber resilience standards that we've seen in the traditional defense economy? What is their role and responsibility when it comes to the security side?
Yeah, so first of all, one of the things that we're thinking through today, and I'm very hopeful by 2041 that this will have got some rules in place. But kind of what are the norms of behavior? No matter if you're a civil agency or a commercial agency or a national security agency operating in space, we all operate in the same domain. That domain is going to become more congested, more competitive, more contested. And we have to figure out what are safe and professional, what is safe and professional as it relates to the space domain, like we have in the air domain and in the maritime domain. What are the norms of behavior? What do we say is appropriate on how to relates to the space domain? It is going to be even more so critical as this domain continues to change. And so I think there has to be a level of, we're all going to operate in a safe and professional manner to keep the domain safe for all. And I think all all segments of space have a role in that. I think if you look at how we work very closely with commercial industry, there are clearly things that we've partnered with, for example, commercial satellite communications. We rely very heavily on commercial SATCOM. Do I think that those capabilities need to be able to operate in a contested domain? I would say yes. That's the way the domain is going. So I do think there are things that commercial industry and civil space are going to have to do. But I think if I were to bring it all down to one thing, I would say we have to develop some norms of behavior and rules of the road and how to operate.
Let's talk strategy. You have in other forums laid out a vision of, quote, defend, shift, punch. What does that mean?
Well, so the capabilities that we have on orbit today were largely built. We've been involved in space business for 50 years, since the beginning of, back when space was really great power competition between us and the Soviet Union. And the capabilities that we have today are the world's best, but they're really designed for a different domain. They weren't designed for a domain that we see today, which again is congested and contested and competitive. And so first of all, we need to make sure that because we are so reliant on capabilities, both as a nation and as a joint and coalition force, we need to be able to protect the capabilities that we have today. And we need to train operators to be able to operate those capabilities through in a contested environment. We need to develop tactics, techniques, and procedures. We need to develop partnerships. There's all kinds of things that we need to do to be able to defend those capabilities that we have. And then we need to shift to a more defendable architecture. I think we've got great opportunities here. If you look at what's going on in the space domain today with commercial industry, I mean, we have all seen what historically has been commercially viable in space are large communication satellites and launch vehicles, and we've seen that. We've seen Blue Origin, launch Jeff Bezos into orbit. We've seen Virgin Orbit launch Richard Branson into space. We've seen Virgin Galactic, Virgin Orbit launch payloads into space. We've seen SpaceX and the success that they've had in launching satellites and returning first stage boosters. I mean, we have all seen that taking place, and I believe that we have an opportunity to capitalize on that. What is not quite as visible is this shift towards what's being called a proliferated low Earth orbit architecture, and that's what space provides from geosynchronous orbit is persistence, because the Earth rotates the same speed that the satellite is orbiting. In low Earth orbit, you don't get that persistence. So you get that persistence by adding numbers. And so you'll see, SpaceX, for example, with their Starlink constellation providing global internet from space, has, I think, upwards now of over 1,700 satellites, where just 2 years ago, a year and a half ago, they had 0. And so you're seeing a significant increase in the number of capabilities. They're smaller, they're more responsive, they're cheaper, they're being innovative. We want to be able to capitalize on that. And I think there's opportunities there. And I think there's also opportunities. Space provides an opportunity to continue to build global partnerships. And we're working really hard to develop those partnerships with our international partners. In fact, I just hosted a chiefs meeting of service chiefs from around the world that are responsible for their space capabilities, and had 22 different chiefs come to this conference in every continent with the exception of Antarctica. And so we're really developing these global partnerships that will be so important to us. And we think there's a huge opportunity there as well.
So I want to remind our audience that you can submit questions and we'll wrestle with those as well. The protocol for it is there should be a box towards the right of your video where you can submit it. If that doesn't work for you, you can also email them to events@newamerica.org. Again, that is events@newamerica.org. So General, it's arguable no other service has such a explicit connection to technology as the Space Force. It probably would have previously been said Air Force, but now definitely the Space Force. When you gather with those other space leaders, what technology is the one that is most exciting, that people believe is the most potentially game-changing for the next 20 years as we look out at the future? And then I want to layer a second question onto that. What technology do you think we get most wrong about? It may be the same or maybe a different one. So what's the most exciting, most game-changing? What do we get most wrong?
Yeah, from a technology side, and this is Jay Raymond's personal opinion, from a technology side, I think there's a couple things that are really exciting to me, and it leads into something that isn't technology benefit, but I'll highlight that as well. I think that there's two things that really are exciting. One is the advances in technology that has allowed for payloads to be much smaller, kind of microelectronic types of things that used to be, payloads that used to be the size of dishwashers that are now can be accomplished in the size of a softball. And that allows more capabilities to be put into space. It allows it to be done more cheaply. It allows it to be done more innovatively and more responsibly. And so I think that is a significant maturing of technology that's going to continue. I think the other big piece of this then is compute power and the ability to make sense of all that data and all that information that's going to come from space. Today, we get vast amounts of data, and it's going to be dwarfed by the data that we're going to be able to get in the future. Now that we're going to have many, many more sensing capabilities that will be up there, and that if we can harness the computing power then to extract answers to really tough problems from that data, I think those are two things that I'm really excited about. The other piece of this, which isn't a technology advantage, but it enables a new business model. It enables, today our satellites are very exquisite, and they're the world's best. They're not cheap, and they're not something that we can procure overnight. They take time to acquire, and because of that, you really want to put a lot of mission assurance on it, which then drives more increased costs and increased timelines. Because you can't take the risk of failure. You don't get a do-over. If you launch something into space and it doesn't work, you can't go up there and bring it back down and say, let's try again. And so if you change the business model to allow for an assembly line approach, you then can make different risk calculus, have different risk calculus and make different decisions. And so I think it also enables more partners, more commercial partners and more international partners to participate with you. And so I think the advances made in electronics that allows payloads to be smaller, the ability to reap and extract data with computing power will be beneficial, but it will help. It will really help us adopt a new business model. And it's probably not a one-size-fits-all business model. I think it's more of a hybrid. I think we're going to have exquisite capabilities, but I think there's also going to be a robust set of capabilities that aren't exquisite, but that are operational good enough. On the what do I think we have wrong? Wouldn't say it's wrong. I would say like I said, our capabilities are the best in the world, but they're built for a different domain. And the challenge is I can't go to the nation and say, hey, I'm going to turn off GPS. I'm going to turn off communication satellites. I'm going to turn off missile warning satellites, and I'm going to turn off ISR satellites, and I'll come back to you in 5 to 10 years with new capabilities. You got to have a bridging strategy to develop those capabilities that are built for the domain. And that's where we're headed is building strategies to move to a different architecture, if you will, that is purpose built for the domain that we find ourselves in today.
It's interesting, both your last answer and as you connect it to the question of compute power. Everybody wants to focus on the scenario of AI, superintelligence, lethal weapon systems, and the like. And arguably, a much more important application, kind of more game changing, is helping to solve the so-called salesman problem, letting you know exactly what to pack and where exactly to stop on your route, so you get this entire new market and efficiency. It's not as sexy, but it's actually maybe more important to both business and then its application to warfighting. Let's take that a little bit further. One of the other things that you've continually stressed is speed. You constantly talk about speed in your speeches. Tell me, what do you want to go faster? What do you mean when you're continually stressing speed?
As I look back to General Bernard Schriever, it was the kind of the father of DoD space that's, back in the 50s, really developed the intercontinental ballistic missile program and some of our strategic satellite programs. And if you look at the timelines that they were able to develop these capabilities on, they were very, very fast. I think the entire ICBM fleet was designed and implemented in less than 5 years. Today, if I wanted to buy or procure a clone of a GPS satellite, exactly like the satellite that we have on orbit today, that itself takes about 5 years. And so I think the reason why is we've had the luxury of time, and today we don't have that luxury. Our competitors are moving very fast. And so when I say we need to go fast, we need to, we've built in the Space Force a new capability development construct. And it's everything from what's the appropriate force design to requirements, and how do you do requirements quicker, and then how do you acquire those capabilities at the speed of relevance, and then how do you test those capabilities to make sure that you have, you're delivering what you need, and then how to do that cycle over again. And so that capability development cycle is something that we're working hard on to address all aspects of getting a capability from an idea to an on-orbit capability in a time frame that we need based on what we're seeing our competitors do in the domain. If you look at commercial industry, and I'll use one example, but there's multiple examples out there, but I saw this firsthand. I went to SpaceX back in, not this past January, but January before, and I visited their satellite factory, their Starlink factory, and it was an empty room. And they told me, we got to design our satellites, and we're going to build this factory, then we're going to have an assembly line, and then we're going to build satellites, and then we're going to integrate them on a launch vehicle and launch them. 4 months later, they launched 60 satellites. And so they designed the satellites, they built the factory, they built the satellites, integrated them on a launch vehicle and launched them. We want to, again, the business model that they have allows them to do that. And as I talked about in the answer to the earlier question, if we can change the design of our force structure to enable that business model to be successful for national security space, we would like to be able to take advantage of that. I think that's, when I talk about going fast, that's what I'm really talking about.
So before we turn it over to the audience for Q&A, I want to ask one last question, and it's to actually take us back to when we were talking about the difference between and the similarities between your role and training and background today and that CSO of 2041. What is something that you spend too much of your time on right now? Something that is occupying your time or is incredibly challenging that you hope is solved by 2041? And how is that solved?
So that's a nice softball question to answer that to end the conversation with. But there's a couple things that come to mind. First thing is, and this will be solved by 2041. I hope this is solved here in the next couple of years. But we're building a service, and so when the National Defense Authorization Act was signed back in December of 19, it says, and I'm paraphrasing here, but it said effective immediately or upon signature, now the Space Force is up. And so what the Air Force had thought about was when this law was signed, we were going to spend about 18 months planning, and then we were going to really kick off. If that was the case, I'd be sitting here with you today saying, just a month ago, we started. And if you look now what we've done over the course of the last 18 or 19 months, we've built all the personnel processes to bring people into the service. And if you look at the people that we're attracting, they're incredibly talented folks, and we have way more people knocking on our door wanting to come in than we have slots for. We've completely reorganized national security space. We have written our first doctrine. We've done 2 budgets. We have started doing things like seals and flags and mottos and uniforms and all those things that hopefully will, songs and all the things that go with being an independent service. Hopefully, all of those which designing a service. And when we went back to the Hap Arnold days in 1947 and said let's get his checklist on how we build a service, it didn't exist. And so we've been driving the car, operating national security space, and building a space force at the same time, all under a global pandemic. And I couldn't be more proud of the team if you look at the advances that we have made. So that's one. I think that just the building of the space force, and we're already seeing that we've got all the major muscle movements now, all the major building blocks in place, and that's really really important. The other big piece, and one of the reasons why Congress wanted to establish an independent service was that they had identified there were 60 different organizations in DoD that had their hands in space, and now that we have established a space force, we are able to bring a little unity of effort across the department. And I think that is well solved by 2041 as well. And as I tell our team, and I tell the team in the Department of Defense, we want to be bold, we want to go fast, and we need to all be rowing in the same direction. We're already seeing the benefits of that by establishing a space force. And those 2 things, the bureaucracy piece and then building a light, lean, agile space force, purpose-built for space, to be able to move at speed, to stay ahead of this threat, to compete, deter, largely to deter, and win if deterrence were to fail, is something that we're focused on a lot. And I think over the next couple of years, those pieces are, there'll always be work to do, but the big major muscle movements of that will be done.
So we've got some fantastic questions from the online audience. One of the first of them was a reference to how you talked about the need to build norms of behavior in this space. And the questioner asks, given that, I'm going to paraphrase, but what space-based behavior is aggressive but benign, and what crosses into that act of war?
We need to go back to your questions, Peter. These are some really hard balls. The challenge with that is it's hard to tell. So historically, for example, if you had a capability that you were going to launch that was going to do satellite servicing, let's say you wanted to go up and refuel a satellite on orbit. The ability to refuel a satellite on orbit could be very benign. At the same time, if you have the ability to refuel a satellite, there's probably an aggressive tactic that could be taken as well. And that's one of the challenges that we see in the domain, is that as the domain is dual use, a lot of the things that might to some be benign, taken another way could be aggressive. And I think you've really hit on one of the key things that needs to be addressed as we talk about norms of behavior.
Is that something that comes up you talked about this important meeting of the different space leaders? Is that something that is being discussed right now, or is it something that we need to put on the agenda moving forward?
We're talking a lot about norms of behavior. In fact, our Secretary of Defense has recently written a memo that outlined five different standards of norms of behavior that we're going to follow. We are working very closely with our international partners to develop the same, building on those, adopt those, and building on those with our international partners to have a stronger voice together. U.S. is leading in this business. The UK is doing a lot of work as well with the United Nations on norms of behavior. It's a topic of significant conversation, and it's a topic, not just a conversation, but when we exercise together and war game together with our international partners, we're focusing a lot on these exact issues.
So one of the next questions is about a proposal, not yet arguably a real technology that got a lot of attention. It's the idea of rocket delivered cargo. And the questioner asks, given the Air Force's newest Vanguard program, how realistic is it for DoD to use space capabilities to deliver material?
That's what the Vanguard is looking at. We think there's an opportunity there. The Vanguard will help explore that. Will help tease out some of the challenges and opportunities that are faced with that. But we think there's opportunities, and that's why we stood up the Vanguard. I'm not here to tell you we think it's going to be easy, but we're hoping that this Vanguard program can help us inform us on how viable this might be going forward.
How do you avoid the problem of potential miscalculation by the target, so to speak, the adversary, in that it's a little bit of a parallel of how do I know the difference of it's the debates around hypersonics, of something that's conventional and nuclear coming at me. How do I, if I'm on the adversary side, know whether they're delivering a widget into the theater of operation versus a munition?
Yeah, I think all those things are things that we're going to explore. I agree with you. Those are things that would have to be worked out. Those are things that can make it challenging. I think attribution is going to be something that we'll look at. Technology-wise, do we think it's technology? It's achievable from a technology perspective at a cost that makes it relevant, and then all the other policy issues that are associated with that, as you highlighted, will be things that we'll have to tease out.
So another questioner asks, quote, with the importance of being able to fight SATCOM, how are you working with industry to build out a multi-band, multi-orbit enterprise architecture?
And in fact, when we say fight SATCOM, what we mean by that is being able to operate satellite communications through a contested environment. Our adversaries have jamming capability to be able to jam our communication satellites, a significant amount of our communication satellites, and so when we say fight SATCOM, that's what we mean. How do we operate through that contested nature? We actually published a vision a year or so ago that we put out, talking about the need to be able to do just as your questionnaire, the question answered or asked. We worked that vision with commercial industry. We brought industry together. And in my mind, when I fly to another country and I turn on my iPhone, it automatically syncs up to whatever the network is in that country. And I remember, I flew to a country and I landed, and actually, as soon as it comes on, it says, welcome to whatever network it is. I left that country and went to another country and landed at that country, and immediately upon landing, turned my phone on and it says, welcome to this network. What we're trying to do is figure out how to have a mesh, if you will, of communications that allows you to sync up to whatever is most viable based on the environment that you're facing, and to link up with whatever works the best. And so that hybrid mesh network is something that I think is important. We published the vision again. Industry helped us inform that vision, and now as we continue to develop our communication programs, we'll continue to look to that vision as a guiding mechanism to build the capabilities we need to be able to achieve that end.
So now we have a question about not just the opportunity, but the challenge that comes from so much being put into orbit. And the question is, do you have interference concerns with the thousands of satellites, like SpaceX's Starlink satellites, being inserted into low Earth orbit?
Yeah, so the Space Force today acts as the space traffic control for the world. And it's interesting. We track about 30,000 objects that are orbiting today. Of those, back I used COVID. The start of COVID is a kind of a time hack. Back when we first started wearing masks, there was about 1,500 or so active satellites on orbit, something like that. It was a little over 1,500 satellites. The rest of all that was debris. Today, the numbers of satellites that we're tracking are well over 4,000. And so we see a significant growth, and Starlink is kind of the first out of the chute, maybe, but there's more coming. And it may not have even been the first. There's others that are up there, but they're the biggest so far. But there's more coming. And so we take about 400,000 observations a day of everything that's in space. We do all the analysis to determine if two things are going to potentially collide. We warn the world if we see potential collisions, and we tell somebody, hey, you might want to consider moving because we don't want to create more debris. In fact, I think it was 2008 when two satellites collided that caused about 3,000 pieces of debris. And so that is becoming it's a full-time job to keep that domain safe, and I think it's gonna continue to increase. And I think that really also then talks about the needs for norms of behavior. I think it talks about debris mitigation steps. And people ask me all the time, how do you solve the debris problem? But the way you solve the debris problem, at least initially, is don't create the debris in the first place, and don't litter space when you launch a satellite with debris. Don't have two things collide. Have engineering standards that don't cause satellites to break up at the end of their life and cause debris. And so all of those things on responsible use of space and responsible behaviors in space are important. In fact, one of the tenets that in the memo that Secretary Austin signed out on responsible behavior in space talks about limiting the generation of long-lived debris. And so it's something that we're going to have to focus on. It's going to become even more of a challenge as we progress.
So we have time for one last meaty question, and it's this. Quote, strategists believe air power is inherently offensive, manifestly strategic, and should be organized independently. Does the United States Space Force need a similar doctrine?
We actually took a stab at writing a doctrine. And so, when the Air Force stood up back in 1947, it had come out of World War II, and there was some air power theorists, if you will, that were at what was called the Air Corps Tactical School in Montgomery, Alabama, that were developing doctrine. And the doctrine at the time was daylight strategic bombing. And so a group of guardians got together on their own, and about, I think it was about 25 of them got together and wrote a doctrine called Space Power. You can get it online. And it was our first attempt at putting out doctrine towards that end. It's actually really good. We've gotten really good reviews on it. We know it's not perfect, but we wanted to generate the debate and the dialogue, and I'd encourage people to read it and provide us their thoughts and inject your thoughts into the conversation.
So, General, I want to thank you both for joining us and helping us to launch this conference in a fantastic manner, but also want to thank you for your leadership and all that you're doing to take Space Force into the future. Appreciate it.
Peter, thank you. I really enjoyed the dialogue. I hope we can meet up again. As I was thinking through the answers to the question, as I mentioned to you, questions, they were really thought-provoking. And I'd love to continue a dialogue with you and whoever would like to be part of that. I really appreciate it. And I thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Peter. And thank you, General Raymond. Our next panel is entitled, What is the Future of Intelligence? It will be moderated by Dr. Carol Evans, who's the director of the Strategic Studies Institute at the U.S. Army War College, as well as the USAWC Press. So thank you so much.
Thank you for that introduction, Daniel. I'm really excited for today's panel. We've been planning this for some time and many months, and it's just interesting just in the short time that we've had. So much has happened within the intelligence community and many of the challenges that we're facing and looking forward into the future. We have 3 outstanding panels today speaking on the topic of intelligence. Also from the U.S. Army War College is my dear colleague, Dr. Genevieve Lester, who holds the DeCero Chair of Strategic Intelligence. Jen is also currently on secondment to the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, or ODNI as we know it in the business. Joining us from the United Kingdom is Sir David Omand, visiting professor at King's College London. And Sir David has served as UK Security and Intelligence Coordinator in the Cabinet Office, but I think very well renowned as former Director of UK Government Communications Headquarters, or GCHQ for short. Rounding out our panel is Mr. Neil Wiley. Neil recently retired from government service in 2021, where he served in ODNI as principal executive. And among those duties and responsibilities were those in his capacity as principal deputy director of national intelligence. Neil also served as chairman of the National Intelligence Council. So I can't think of a more renowned and a more capable panel to talk about the future of intelligence than our 3 members today. The format for our panel on what is the future of intelligence is going to be 30 minutes of me moderating discussion, and then followed by about 15 minutes of questions and answers from the participants. And so for you that are coming in as participants, you may leave your questions via Slido, which you'll see on your zoom.gov screen. And as you're thinking about a question, and if you have a question for a particular panelist, please indicate that as well, and I can then direct the question accordingly. So again, welcome and thank you to our 3 distinguished panelists and for you participants joining us this afternoon. So my questions to the 3 of you will center on strategic level issues facing the intelligence community post 9/11. And I know a lot of our participants joining us this afternoon are going to be very much thinking about the headline news, particularly today's recently redacted FBI report that the Biden administration has released. Obviously, a huge amount of soul searching looking at Afghanistan, but I'm going to really keep to that strategic level, and I'm going to guess that many of the participants will, for their sort of aspect in the 15 minutes, look at some of those more recent and topical issues. So if I may start then, my first question is in 2 parts. And Neil, I'm going to ask you to sort of take the lead on this one, and then perhaps I'm going to then come to David, to you, and then to Jen. So the question is, 20 years after 9/11, what should intelligence priorities be? And how have these priorities perhaps changed over time? So that's sort of part A to the question. Part B is, can you provide insight as to what has been sort of driving the change in priorities? And even in thinking about change, are there barriers to change? What are those different impacts as you think about prioritization? So again, if we could start with you, Neil, please. Over.
No, thank you. I appreciate it. So I'm going to depart from the best practices of tradecraft, and I'm going to answer your question backwards.
Okay.
So what's changed over 20 years and what drives it? So there are 3, I think in this case, main drivers of anything the intelligence community does. One, we are actually a demand-driven creature. We serve customers, whether that customer is a national policymaker, a military commander, or any range acquisition professionals. There is a consumer for the product, and the consumer actually gets a say in what we do. Secondly, the demand for intelligence always outstrips the capacity of whatever intelligence system you have to satisfy that demand. So existentially, the intelligence community is always risk managed. So we always shift capacity, we shift focus back and forth in order to try to best satisfy that demand, as well as keep whatever watching brief we need to keep on other things. And third, ongoing military operations are voracious consumers of intelligence. So as soon as you have an ongoing military operation or multiple ongoing military operations, you know where a substantial amount of your intelligence effort, and it's not solely on the defense side, will go. So those three factors really came together post 9/11. We had a substantially different demand than we had the day before. Terrorism, which had been part of the priority portfolio, all of a sudden became almost exclusively the priority portfolio. That drove over time that change in demand and therefore the change in the ability to satisfy it. Risk management then assumed risk on other portfolios. And then we had persistent military operations ongoing for 20 years. And so what had heretofore been fairly rare applications of military force that required an intelligence surge to support it became really just part of the environment. And that was something we had never faced before. So the intelligence community is like an organism. Organisms evolve to the demands of their environment. And over time, that led to some very, very profound changes in how the intelligence community was structured and postured. We became very good at doing a few things that were high demand. That's understandable and logical. We also took substantial risk on bits of the portfolio which were in less demand, but still very important. And in fact, the risk we took in those parts of the portfolios are now becoming topics of discussion as the threat landscape changes yet again. The barriers to change really are the ability that the community has or any bureaucracy has to programmatically shift to a persistent problem. Now, you can surge on a problem like a non-combatant evacuation or a humanitarian relief operation, or, God throws you another curveball. We can surge pretty well. But if you actually want to change the way you persistently collect and analyze, and the collection systems really are the long poles in the tent, that just takes time. Now, we had time over 20 years to do that, which is why we ended up with a substantial structural change. What should the priorities be? Well, the priorities will be whatever the decision makers and policymakers wish them to be. Go back to we're demand driven. The priorities will also be whatever the uncertainty inherent in the human condition puts in our way, because a lot of times we spend time dealing with things that nobody wanted to deal with. They just happen because that's life. But I think if you could step back and plan without chaos intruding onto it, the difference today between today and post 9/11 is post 9/11, whether it was an accurate and right thing to do or not, we could define a threat that looked a certain way. The principal threat to the United States was defined as non-state terrorist action, or just terrorist action in general. So we could focus and occupy ourselves with that as the predominant threat. Today, it's not possible to identify some part of the conflict spectrum that is the predominant threat, and you can sort of ignore or reduce your effort on some other part of the conflict spectrum. The entire conflict spectrum today is in play. So I think if it were me, I would try to find a way to rebalance the intelligence community in such a way that it had better coverage across the full conflict spectrum portfolio. You can't just say terrorism's gone. Certainly Afghanistan will tell you that's not. And it wouldn't have been anyway. But high-end adversaries are in play as well. So I think a question of balance across the portfolios is where you have to go.
Great. I'm going to quickly then shift gears to Sir David for his thoughts. Over. I think, David, you might be muted. There we
Thank you very much, Carol, and thank you for having a British voice in your conversation. I want to build on what Neil was saying, and I agree with everything he said. You can explain a lot of what has gone on in the last 20 years in the intelligence world by thinking of a triangle of forces. There's the dynamic interaction between the forces of demand that Neil has talked about, but also the forces of supply. And the third force is law and ethics, and how much of the particularly more modern intelligence activity is the public prepared to accept as being done on their behalf. So if you think about the demand side, one of the biggest changes is the emphasis on intelligence about people as individuals. You know, the terrorists, the serious criminals, the hackers, the dictators. And that's on top of all the traditional intelligence on weapons systems, proliferation, hostile states, and all the rest of it. None of that went away. But if you want to know about individuals, where do you look? And that takes you straight into the supply side, because in those 20 years, we had a digital revolution. We had the internet. We had mobile devices continuously broadcasting their location. And so the supply side has actually created demand. It was simply infeasible to have the real-time geolocation of suspects in the way we can today, or bulk coverage of fiber optic cables, or global visual surveillance. But the supply side changes, artificial intelligence and so on, has enabled that kind of information to be produced. And once the customers that Neil talked about see it, they say, well, we want that, and we want actionable real-time intelligence, particularly military customers, and we want it now. And so you've had this dynamic interaction between demand and supply. And the modulating force that I mentioned, the third force, is about ethics and law. And we ran into this, of course, with the war on terror, with the controversies over rendition and coercive interrogation methods and so on. We ran into it with the Snowden material that he stole from NSA and GCHQ, which triggered this global paranoia about privacy. And for the future, when you think of some of the things which are becoming really possible, the pervasive AI-driven visual surveillance and identification of individual suspects, say by drone, on a global basis. Is that going to be acceptable? We've already had major arguments about encryption, end-to-end encryption, and law enforcement access, and so on. So these three forces are in tension. And if I were running my agency today, I'd be looking for a safe, stable space where those three forces were in balance. Just a word on the barriers. I think they're mostly cultural. The technology is there, and the technology is moving very fast. The human skills that of the agent, recruiter, and runner are there. Do we have the culture which will enable a mission-centric approach? And we've seen the armed services go through this with individual services, recruiting and training, and with very high ethos, but combatant commands actually delivering the punch. And can we kind of do the same in the intelligence community? And any barrier there may be there is, I think, cultural.
Well, I'm going to then shift gears to Jen on that very note. Over to you, Jen.
I just want to follow up on what both of my colleagues have stated, because I think that they covered the terrain extremely well. Pulling from what Neil said, I think that it's important to think. So I'm going to address this as the going forward aspect of the current threats, because I think that the full spectrum issue is one that I find quite important We threw a lot of resources at the counterterrorism problem, and we left other things aside. And I think the focus was important, the need was important. There was a definite demand, and it was very immediate. And there was also a big public piece of this. That 9/11 happened was very public, and there was a piece of assuaging public opinion about these things. So we saw several actions taken that may have led us slightly astray from some of the principles that David lined out in terms of ethical and moral principles. So what I think about now is how do we rebalance these issues? And I don't mean just rebalancing, for example, civil liberties versus security, which I think is a false dichotomy, but how do we rebalance all aspects of this whole mission? Because we are needing to think about the relationship between military and intelligence support and domestic and foreign law enforcement intelligence. And I think we're looking at how do we consider this range of threats, recalibrate this to realign for the next post 9/11 era. So I really feel that we're just bringing this together for the future going forward, and that is a realignment and rebalancing.
And that comes right straight to question number 2 that I had in mind, which is, and you really touched on this well, but I'd like to maybe hear very, a little bit more clearly from each of you. And that is, 9/11, as we know, led to the realignment, to use your term, Jen, in terms of how, foreign and domestic intelligence interplay, and also intelligence and law enforcement interact, right, with each other. So again, from each of your unique perspectives, could you talk perhaps about the implication of these interactions and their evolution going forward? And Jen, I would just press you, if you wouldn't mind continuing on with that thought, and then over to you, David, and then to you, Neil, sort of in reverse order as we did before. Over.
Thanks, Carol. Thank you for this great topic. I think I worked quite a bit on domestic intelligence and within the realm of thinking of how to reframe it for the U.S. experience. So I was part of a study that talked about how do we redesign domestic intelligence for the U.S. democracy, because domestic intelligence is culturally, traditionally, historically not considered very acceptable within open discourse on intelligence activities. What we do over there is not what we do here. And I think we saw some reframing in this. We saw some new language appear post 9/11, the word homeland that we're so used to. We didn't use that before. George Packer, the journalist, made a great point that he said that 9/11 and the reaction to it caused a militarization of the homeland. And that may be taking it a step too far, but I think we saw some trends. We saw local law enforcement getting weaponry from the Department of Defense. We saw the barrier that had traditionally been very present between law enforcement and intelligence drop somewhat. Legislation such as the Patriot Act passed that facilitated operations in these areas. So I think we saw some of the barriers between these different spheres that I spoke of before start to drop. Since the 1970s, there had been a clear delineation, relatively speaking, and suddenly it seemed that the threat was pushing us in a very new direction, new legislation, and I would argue new norms of behavior, new norms of acceptability when it comes to how far law enforcement can penetrate the civil environment. So on the operational level, we saw this wall, as it is termed, drop. We saw a greater acceptability, I would argue, among the public to deal with greater incursions, searches, taking your shoes off, all of those aspects of the very public aspects and demonstrations of security that became very well accepted. And then we saw the whole mantra of information sharing really spread. So many of us were part of that whole world at that time, which is how do we include both vertically, so down to the local level, and how do we include horizontally information sharing among the agencies, the range of federal agencies. And those barriers were helpful, but it also introduced floods of information that sometimes at the local level pushed out more relevant topics. Sorry about that. And I think, and also, what was slight distraction, but also pushed out other issues. So, for example, in Los Angeles County, there's a lot of gang issues, that type of law enforcement issue. Some of that was pushed out to deal with terrorism. So there were floods of information that was good, the mantra of information sharing. Some of it was too much. And I would argue now, 20 years later, that we see how this interaction is played out. The fusion centers, which were a great...
Very distinct. very
distinct unit, yes.
Unit
And
for the United States. And I'm just going to shift a little bit to move over to David, because we're talking from a very, U.S. centric perspective. And I'm curious, Sir David, your thoughts on this topic as well from a UK perspective. Over.
I think in the UK, we have now accepted that cyberspace doesn't respect borders. The perpetrators are overseas, the victims are here. And, this is common to all of us. And I think it does mean the rethinking the traditional domestic and overseas balance. It means the huminters and the digital intelligence people forming new partnerships between themselves and technical intelligence in a way that probably wouldn't have been thought to be necessary before the internet age. It's a bit of a challenge for domestic law, because the law, as in the UK, the laws domestically are different from intelligence gathering overseas. And there's a deal to be done between the public, the legislators, and the executive and the intelligence community about if you're going to give powerful intelligence gathering tools to be used in the domestic space, and I believe that is really necessary. You can't just have ordinary law enforcement these days. If you're going to give them those powerful tools, you've got to satisfy the public that there won't be scandals, that they won't be misused for political purposes, and so on. And that deal, it took the UK 18 months of really vigorous parliamentary argument to settle a deal, which is now, I think, pretty stable, that allows that to happen. But domestic and overseas are not the only sort of dichotomy you've got to manage. You've got to manage the tensions between individual agencies, functionally specialized, and an intelligence community. Talked earlier about the mission. You've got to look at the tension between evidence and intelligence if you're going to, again, try and bring to justice people who are you actually have under your hand domestically. And the tension, say, between technical sources and human sources, when actually you need a partnership, one enabling the other. And, there are plenty of historical precedents for that being done, but it's ever more important in the digital age.
Thank you for that. And over to you, Neil, if I may. I see that you're on mute. Yep, you've got it.
So I might be a little bit contrarian on this one.
Oh, excellent. We like contrarians.
Yes. Well, so I completely understand and accept why we did what we did post 9/11 as a result of the 9/11 Commission. And most of those actions were taken to try to shore up what was an information gap between the domestic law enforcement agencies and the Foreign Intelligence Service, particularly about the information that the Foreign Intelligence Services had on foreign activity, which was going to manifest itself in the domestic space, as Sir David and Dr. Lester said. So we put a number of things in place. That's fine. I understand it. But I think we have to be perilously careful going forward to ensure that we retain a distinction, not geographically between foreign and domestic, because I agree with Sir David entirely that distinction, if it ever was real, it's not real now, but between foreign activity and domestic and activity by U.S. persons. Because there is a distinction in U.S. law between what U.S. persons do and how they are treated and what legal status they enjoy, and others elsewhere. The foreign intelligence community deals with others elsewhere. The law enforcement community deals with U.S. persons by and large. And there's crossover, and in cyberspace and in a number of those things. But the foreign intelligence community, I think, has to really continue to focus on foreign activity because it has substantial reputational risk in what is today something I can only describe as a deeply politicized domestic environment. Anytime we dip our toe in the domestic world, we, the intelligence community, risk being perceived as tools of one or another political viewpoint. And the one thing the intelligence community cannot afford to lose is the trust on behalf of both the decision makers and the public in the integrity and probity of what we do. And the closer we are in the domestic space, the more we will be dragged into whatever political debate there is. And then the more corrosive effect that will have on the overall perception of the integrity of us as a community. And that will also permeate the foreign intelligence mission. We went through that with the Church, Pike, and Rockefeller commissions back in the 70s. So we have to be painfully careful to look at our reputational stability while we navigate whatever this new path is in this uncomfortable nexus between the foreign and domestic.
Can I jump in? I actually agree with what Neil was saying there. But of course, you wouldn't have this problem if you had a security service, if you had an MI5, which doesn't have powers of arrest. So they have to team up with the police. So that actually balances out quite neatly. The US Constitution makes this distinction with US persons, and that's not going to change in the foreseeable future. But of course, we don't have that distinction in the UK, interestingly enough, or in European countries, where the distinction is geographical. So if you're inside the United Kingdom, under, as it were, Her Majesty's realm, then everyone gets treated the same, whether you're no matter what nationality you are, or if you're British. If you're outside the domain and you're in Neil's overseas space, then we're all, again, everyone is the same, but the rules are different and more aggressive. These used to lead to the occasional problem when in GCHQ we'd uncover some Colombian drugs racket and discover there's an American citizen involved. We couldn't just share the information with the NSA. We had to ring up and say, we've got a case that looks rather like this, but we can't tell you the name. They then have to go to the court, get a warrant, and then we could pass the intelligence over. So you make it work, but it's a little, adds a little bit of bureaucracy to what otherwise is a very smooth arrangement.
We already have some fantastic questions coming in from the participants. So I'm going to start fielding these, if I may. There's quite a number of questions coming in about the role of, first, what is the health of the Five Eyes community? And one of our online participants says, what do you believe is appropriate, if any, role for Five Eyes countries on addressing right-wing or white supremacist terrorism? So maybe we could start, what is the health of the Five Eyes and appropriate role when we look at these extremist organizations? And let me start then back to you, David.
Yep. Well, I think the Five Eyes arrangement, which of course dates back, indeed it dates, parts of it date back to the First World War, let alone the Second World War. So cryptographers across the Atlantic have worked together, I say, since 1916 and the US Expeditionary Force under General Pershing. And the Second World War accelerated that, then the Korean War, then the long Cold War. So the habits of cooperation run very deep. And certainly in the signals intelligence world, it's a common information base that is then being analyzed on both sides of the Atlantic, and the opportunity for peer review. So you have somebody who's not in your system, but who has access to exactly the same information and who can then look at the assessments you make and argue about it. All of that is hugely important. And in the cyber era, it's going to be even more important to have that kind of cooperation. After 9/11, if anything, it intensified. There were some hitches with the war on terror because of some of the measures that were taken, which the UK could not participate in, such as extreme coercive interrogation. But those are probably minor. So I think it's in very good shape. And
So one of the questions was, or part of that question was, what do you believe is appropriate role for Five Eyes countries in addressing right-wing or white supremacist terrorism? And maybe, Neil, you might like to tackle that part. I think you're on mute. There you go.
So first off, I just want to associate myself entirely with Sir David's view of the Five Eyes community. It is extremely healthy. And it is based, I mean, I go back to the trust word, but it is based on trust as much as it is based on common interest. And in the intelligence world, trust is everything. And it takes a long time for countries to have that degree of trust in each other. And it serves each of them well when they need it. And certainly after 9/11, we needed it. So, and each of us need it again. So in terms of the second question, so it's a good example of why I think the intelligence community needs to be extremely careful about dealing with domestic issues. Now, I mean, you can argue that right-wing terrorism, white supremacy, or you pick your favorite type of extremist activity. If there's a global nexus to it, if there's an association or a group or something like that, then the intelligence communities have a role in trying to expose drivers and connections like it would any other type of terrorist organization. But as soon as you go back into the domestic space, I mean, to me, that is fundamentally a law enforcement activity, because if you are dealing with American citizens, you're dealing with law enforcement. And you do not want to give the American public the impression that somehow it has turned the strength of the foreign intelligence community on Americans inside the United States or US persons anywhere. And again, the current political environment basically defines an extremist as anyone with whom you do not agree. So, you can pick your favorite part of extremism and ask why the intelligence community isn't hunting it down. But fundamentally, again, if there's a foreign connection to it, we do it. If it's solely a domestic thing, then it is a law enforcement issue, and that applies to any law-breaking extremist, or any law-breaking organization, whatever its flavor.
I would put it even more bluntly, that it turns out it's the Russians or the Chinese who are actually fomenting this trouble. And it's the intelligence community who's going to find that out and indeed deal with it.
Yep.
Sorry, Genevieve, your turn.
I'm going to pose the next question to Dr. Lester, if I may. We talk about the role of non-traditional areas of intelligence. This particular individual says, is the IC well situated to address recent taskings on assessments of issues that do not primarily revolve around state or organizational rivals or feature significant natural variables, for example, COVID-19 origins and impact, climate change, etc.? So as we look to the future, Jen, they're asking, how well situated is the IC to look at, say, if you like, that non-traditional areas of intelligence collection and analysis? Over.
No, thank you. I think that the shift is happening, but it is a slow one. And as we know, that this administration has focused on issues such as climate change, pandemic, public health, those types of issues, they come to the forefront. But I would argue that the shift to address those has been rather slow. It's a transition that is happening, but as I said, slow. And I would suggest that this may be an opportunity for us, for the intelligence community, to partner, to engage with partners who can focus more specifically on these issues. And this is something I've argued for some time, that partnership, engagement, talking to the private sector more closely, talking to academics. There's a long history of intelligence community engaging with academics for very specific types of expertise. This would be an opportunity to engage with those individuals, medical specialists, public health specialists, talk to climate scientists. I know that those individuals exist within the intelligence community, but I think partnerships can help the intelligence community at this point maintain its comparative advantage where it needs to be, while engaging with other areas of expertise that pertain to these emergent non-traditional issues.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. And another, again, I want to get as many participant questions as I may. Neil, perhaps you could address this one. What changes does the intelligence community need to keep pace with the pace of warfare as it becomes increasingly networked, complex, and fast-moving?
Yeah, so that's an excellent question. I think
because you hinted at this at the beginning of some of your remarks.
Yeah. So so there's two general answers to this, and they sit on either end of the spectrum, I think. One is that the intelligence community actually needs to be able to provide intelligence, and we say this all the time, at the speed of relevance. And in an increasingly network-centric, automated environment, that speed of relevance is frequently machine to machine. We increasingly write all source intelligence assessments for machines. And in terms of things like intelligence mission data for 5th and 6th generation platforms, you have an autonomous weapon system. It actually has to function based on an appreciation of the environment that we give it. So, so as the warfighter becomes more net-centric, I don't have no idea what I just said. So the intelligence community has to become similarly net-centric. So that's the do it fast and do it relevantly in an operational way. The other side of that, on the other end of the spectrum, is I think the intelligence community needs to revitalize its effort on foundational military intelligence. And in other words, understanding the basic characteristics, performance, signatures of weapon systems, capabilities, operational intent, doctrine, command and control of foreign militaries and militarily capable entities. And all of that is done ahead of time. If you haven't done your foundational military intelligence work, you can't do it on the day. And one of the things that we kind of let slip over the last 20 years, because our focus was and resources were aimed elsewhere, was that foundational basis. So we need to be more net-centric in our delivery, and we need to get much more focus on foundational intelligence.
Excellent. And that sort of prompts me here at the War College, particularly at SSI, we're partnering with the intelligence agency to do some of those deep dives with regard to the PLA. Whereas, we have the resident PLA, if you like, expertise, but, bringing the two together in a more deliberative manner to see where our gaps are. And that's some of the focus of what I'll be actively engaged with over the next few months. A question for David, I think. Let's see. They're still typing. Hang on. Okay, with increasing powerful surveillance capabilities, how should the intelligence community think about protecting the rights and privacy of people who are not protected by the rights granted to citizens? Because you also mentioned privacy ethics, David, as being important factors moving forward.
One approach would be, whilst protecting and preserving and upholding your constitutional provision on American persons, is to say that those who are in the United States should benefit from the same level of protection. That can be an executive decision. It doesn't require a new law. It's the way you interpret what is going on. And there's some advantage in having that recognition, because it helps to get over the idea that there is only one absolute human right, and that's the right not to be tortured. All the others are relative. And there's a balance within the canon of human rights that has to be struck, depending on the circumstances. If you're at war, you strike that balance somewhere differently than if you're in conditions of, let's say, peaceful competition. It seems to me very important that we don't allow people to think about trading off the privacy and other rights for so-called security. It's a trade-off between rights. I have the right to life. I have the right not to be blown up by some crazed terrorist or have my information subverted by a foreign power. So these are rights that I have. I respect and we have to respect the rights, the privacy rights of those who, for example, are using communications that law enforcement and intelligence will want to look at. In the UK, we've reached, I think, a reasonable sort of compromise, if you like, balance between those rights. If we run into bigger threats, then that will have to be revisited. I don't see us going very far the other way because we're clearly in a world of quite significant competition. And the activity of serious criminal groups has got to be tackled using some of the modern techniques that the intelligence community has, because the criminal groups are just as well organized as states, and some of them have really enormous resources that they can put to bear.
And we have, I think, probably a final question I'd like to really have time for each of the panelists to address. And the question is this. One of the 5 scenarios projected by Global Trends 2040 is a renaissance of democracies in which the United States and its allies are leaders. Do you see the January 6th insurrection in the US, and in conjunction with the West's ongoing struggles with the diversity, equity, and inclusion, as warning signs that this scenario is in jeopardy? I'd like Jen, please, for you to kick off with that one.
Small question.
I know. And we only have 4 minutes, so I'm going to keep you.
I'll be very quick.
Keep you to the elevator. Very short, sharp response.
I have to say that at this point in time, I'm a pessimist on this question, and I feel that if the United States is to be a leader, and I'm just going to focus on the United States in my response to this question, it must reinforce its own democratic institutions internally. That means election integrity. It means dealing with disinformation, misinformation, those types of issues domestically. I know I've harped on domestic, but I think that it's an underserved area when we talk about intelligence writ large. So I do think that democracy in this country, and in democracy in terms of being a leader in the democratic sphere, is in danger. I don't think it's a lost cause by any stretch of the imagination, but I do think that some more bolstering, some more rethinking of what democracy means and what our institutions mean and how we support them in our society through our various branches of government and also political actors is crucial to making that a possibility going forward.
Great. And how about you, Neil? Real quick here.
Real quick. So is it in danger? Is that scenario in danger? No.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't think so. First off, that scenario in Global Trends was not suggested to be a likely outcome. It was just one of the 5. Mm-hmm. But I would suggest that given the factors that the questioner cited, all of those are fairly near-term issues. They're big in our heart today. But over the 2040 Global Trends, the strength of the democracies will or will not rest on their performance in the long term against the options. So I don't think that scenario is any more or less likely after January the 6th.
And how about you, David, looking from a broader perspective?
From a broader perspective, put January the 6th to one side. The rise of global populism, the rise of China with an alternative ideology to that of freedom and democracy, these are, I think, extremely serious threats to the maintenance of our democratic values. So I think it's worth taking it very seriously. The answer is not in the intelligence community, or the intelligence community is going to have to work on this agenda and stop states interfering with us. The answer is with us, and we should be starting in schools, redoubling the efforts to teach both citizenship and how to stay safe online, how to recognize fake news when you see it. Do all that, then like Neil, we will prevail in the end.
Well, on that note, we are just coming to the very end of our session and time. So if I may just say again to our 3 panelists, thank you so very much for your participation today, and obviously for everyone that has joined us online. We are going to be taking a very short break from the Future Security Forum. We will be reconvening at 2:45, 2:45 p.m. So a 15-minute break, and we'll be back with the next panel. And again, thank you, everyone, today. Appreciate everyone's great input and thought-provoking discussion. Over.
Welcome back, and thanks for our previous speakers. The next panel is what should Special Operations Forces look like by 2040? Joining us is Lieutenant Colonel Katie Kroom from Special Operations Command, Major Akil Aya from Marine Special Operations Command, Captain Shay Haver, Aide-de-Camp to the Commander Joint Task Force National Capital Region and Military District of Washington, and Commander Chief Master Sergeant Greg Smith, Special Operations Command Senior Enlisted Leader. This conversation is going to be moderated by Colonel Ike Wilson, who is president of the Joint Special Operations University. He's also a senior fellow in the International Security Program at New America, professor of practice at Arizona State University. And before we hear from our speakers, we're going to have a short video from Joint Special Operations University.
Hello, everyone. My name is Dr. Ike Wilson, and I am the president of the Joint Special Operations University at United States Special Operations Command, SOCOM. It's a great pleasure for me today, personally and professionally, to be with you today and to frankly be moderating what promises, or at least I'll hope to promise, will be a great and exciting and frankly a provocative 45-minute discussion. We have a very tight amount of time before us, and as moderator, I'm going to make a couple of opening framing comments just to kind of warm up the living room here, the virtual living room, to get some provocations going. And I'm going to turn it over to our great panelists today. And I want to just thank Peter Bergen for the great intro of each of them, and for myself as well. Okay, I think we're having a little bit of technical difficulty here. I'm seeing the chat, but I'm sure that'll work itself out. You all can hear me. Our panel today, we're going to take on the question straightforward. And then I've asked each of our panelists to give us a quick, tight 5 minutes or so provocation to put some more meat on the bones of the question. Again, the question before us today is, what should Special Operations Forces look like by 2040? What we're going to do in our comments is we're going to expand on that question. And not only are we going to address what should SOF look like by the year 2040, but what must SOF be and become by 2040? And that being and becoming starts today. And so with that as moderator, I'm going to go ahead and just give some provocations, try to frame us out a little bit. And then I'm going to turn it right over to Lieutenant Colonel Katie Crone, the U.S. Director of Strategy, Plans, and Policy, the J5 in military jargon of the U.S. Special Operations Command, Central Command. So first, just some provocation. I would offer that SOF, like the nations that we serve, are at yet another threshold crossing. The need to reorient the SOF enterprise for this coming fourth age, what we regard as the fourth age of SOF, is motivated by the unique challenges posed by a very major feature of the strategic and operational environment. That feature is a change in the character of global geopolitical competition, what we're calling and what we're theorizing as a new compound security dilemma. Now, striking a proper rebalancing between all of SOF's past, and particularly its most recent past, the so-called GWAT era, requires a delicate maneuver between recognizing the nuances of the compound security dilemma that are present in current and future threats, and revisiting the past to learn how our future shapes the present. Through this critical lens, we can forecast what changes are required to be more comprehensively effective in the future compound security environment. Now, what will be SOF's challenge in all of this? I offer that it's nothing less than the classic innovator's dilemma, striking the right balance between leading change and preserving and protecting the essence of who SOF is, who SOF has been, based on what SOF has done for a nation and how. For the United States Special Operations Command, this is our prime directive as SOF professionals. Now, this compound security character of the global security environment is such that it demands a utility of SOF that is equally compounded. Now, what do I mean by that? That's to say a comprehensive combination of all the skills, techniques, and operational methods of all three preceding ages, taking us back as early as the World War II era, amplified by 21st century technological advancements. I'd offer that nothing less than this comprehensive joint combined utility of SOF, philosophy, culture, and approach is required for overmatching power in and under these fourth age conditions. Nothing less, folks, than a trans-everything view of and approach to Special Operations Forces, use, utility, and identity. Now, with that, I'm going to turn it over to Lieutenant Colonel Katie Crone. Katie, you've got about 5 minutes. Please provoke. Over to you, Katie.
Thanks, Dr. Wilson, and thanks to all my fellow panelists for sharing in this important conversation today. So right now I'm in the fortunate, although it hasn't seemed like that lately, position to be part of the theoretical conversation of how to employ SOF in the future, and also part of the ongoing experiment. We live it every day at Special Operations Command Central as we have purview or remit over the 22 countries in the Middle East and Central and South Asia. Never a day goes by that we don't talk about the what ifs, the what next, and how we can do this better in the future. Although the larger defense apparatus is shifting its resources and intellectual capital toward China and Russia, I think the instability that generated the trauma of terrorism over the past 2 decades has definitely not subsided in the Middle East, which is to this burgeoning dilemma. A big piece of this answer lies in how SOF creates understanding in order to influence. The Irregular Warfare Annex of the National Defense Strategy begins to tackle this. It states that the irregular warfare is a persistent and enduring operational reality employed by non-state and increasingly now state actors like Russia and China in competition with the United States. Irregular warfare is defined as the struggle to influence populations and affect legitimacy. The annex goes on to talk about 5 core missions: unconventional warfare, stabilization, foreign internal defense, counterterrorism, and of course, counterinsurgency. And states that IW is not just a soft mission, but a core competency for the department writ large. Although all the movies and books that everyone's seen for the past 2 decades highlight counterterrorism and direct action as our primary missions, in the past 20 years, we grew in others as well, and perhaps more importantly. We evolved and innovated across all of the population-focused areas, including military information support operations, cyberspace ops, counter-threat networks, really importantly, counter-threat financing, civil military operations, and security cooperation. It's here where we will continue to serve as thought leaders for DoD. These aren't extracurricular or nice-to-have skill sets. They're at the core of special operations. SOF is not about being better or being elite. Special is about being different. In 2001, we became what the nation needed, and we will do that again. We're designed to operate in the human environment, and that is where we will continue to provide outsized value. We need to be brilliant in the basics. We need to shift from a bias for action towards a bias for understanding. We must develop our enterprise, our humans, to understand. We need to focus on the cognitive dimension as the key terrain in every way. The influence campaigns both virtually and physically around the globe. Cognitive change requires patience, a long view that's important in the execution of regular warfare. Part of this is an effective campaign that will require recognizing certain effects take longer than others. Return on investments is a really difficult thing to measure in the near term and midterm. Allegedly, the Chinese approach is anchored on a 100-year outlook. We could probably learn a few lessons from that. Cognitive change also requires partnerships, both internal within the USG and external with partners and allies. These relationships, both physical and virtual, are our and will remain our keystone. While some are promoting soft machine fusion as the way forward, I would caution fully against RMA 2.0 reliance. Yes, machine learning and AI can process data at light speeds, but these platforms are not able to provide context. There is no man in the loop or woman in the loop. Each human requires larger, more nuanced knowledge base and experience, enabled by true overhead talent management system. We can't just download a language like the Matrix into a human brain, or rely on a translation app without divorcing it from the larger cultural context that provides us meaning. Soft plus tech does not equal the solution. Relying on a small number of elite troops married to advanced sensors, communication platforms, PGMs, and AI does not guarantee immediate victory, and definitely not long-term consolidation of gains. All these changes may drive a requirement to develop structures and to think differently about how we are organized. To do this, we have to institutionalize adaptation, especially regarding the understanding that is necessary to prevail against irregular adversaries. Adaptation is more than just technological advances. We may finally have to get rid of some of the sacred cows we've been holding onto for so long. So from big to small, just some food for thought for the panel. Within our own service, we can look at career management and promotion structure, not just things like battalion and brigade command, but things like SOF as its own service or as a profession. Next, looking at deployment and readiness cycles, not to be the full drivers of a forward presence. SOF must be present forward to build relationships, access, and truly understand. It's not full T, Lawrence, but there's a bit of that here. We need a better way to ensure readiness that accounts for human-centric aspects of irregular warfare and keeping people forward. And last, we need to look at the UCP and GCC structure. Perhaps look at replacing it with a structure that allows SOF to thrive as a true integrator between the interagency and intelligence community and be a force multiplier. The SecDef's recent Integrated Deterrence Initiative really builds on this and begins to address the importance of bringing all these tools from different government organizations together. I think we can maybe use that as a forcing function to look at something like a Goldwater-Nichols 2.0. Thank you.
Thanks, Katie. That was excellent. Hey, Major Akil Iyer of the United States Marine Corps Special Operations Command. Akil, over to you. 5 minutes. Provoke us.
Sounds great. Thanks so much, Dr. Wilson and Nokram. Thanks so much for setting the stage. You know, I'll take the perspective here less so as Major Akil Iyer and just Akil Iyer, the individual who transitioned in 2019 to a business school program, and try and put a little bit of a business lens on what arguably is one of our nation's most successful startups, going back to its roots. And I'll offer 3 comments as I think about that. You know, the first is, I don't think we're the only ones, as many organizations experience at a contextual and environmental inflection point, we're not the only ones trying to refine and stress test our core competencies and our competitive advantage going forward. I remember in a recent Naval War College discussion, a quote that I wrote down was, if you are comfortable in the DoD right now, it's probably because you are irrelevant. And I think that strikes me as something that, we're not the only service or service-like component dealing with this. It reminds me of my old hat as a conventional infantryman, as a lieutenant on Muse. And I would argue actually that this inflection point geopolitically creates some opportunities to figure out how SOF can act as a connector to not just the broader conventional force, but even new members of the force like we heard from today, that being the Space Force. And I think this relationship of SOF being as a connector, I think might be at inflection in terms of how we think about the supporting relationship, something that might be a little different than how many of us have experienced over the past 20 years. I don't think this connection ecosystem needs to be a zero-sum game of whether it's SOF or whether it's a conventional force, but rather, I think, a much more integrated set of solutions and capabilities whose holistic value is greater than the sum of the parts. The second point I'll bring up, and Dr. Wilson, I think you hit on it very well, was this idea of the innovator's dilemma. Traditionally in the business world, innovator's dilemma is used to describe an incumbent who has succeeded very well, created a sustainable business model, but only provides marginal improvements to its existing customers. But that's it. It's only marginal improvements. It's not a radically new value proposition or capability applied to some new customer or problem set. Now, how does this apply to SOF? The late Professor Clay Christensen, who really wrote The Innovator's Dilemma, I think captured it best in one of his articles, and I think it relates well here. Incumbent companies should not overreact to disruption by dismantling a still profitable business. Instead, they should strengthen relationships with core customers while also creating a new division focused on the growth and opportunities that arise from this disruption. I think that leads to my third point, which, ma'am, you highlighted very well, and that's how do we incentivize and organize SOF from the bottom up to fit the form to the function of what SOF can and will do and be asked to do in the future, and how do we, one, create the incentives to ensure that culture, as many all often too quoted, is culture eating strategy for breakfast. And I would argue, and many would argue, that it's also the incentives that influence the culture. Are we tangibly and intangibly influencing the incentives when it comes to our selection, our recruitment, our training, and our career pipelines, ones that emphasize the right skill development or the right types of experiences we want as we think about the great power competition arena? The last point I'll make in regards to this idea of incentives and organization, I think this is, for me, coming from business school, one of the biggest mental shifts I made from active duty is how do you combine incentives with a true ability to have organizational experimentation? And I think finding some ways to instill enterprise level agility, despite the fact that SOCOM is no longer that small startup from the 1980s, but is rather an established incumbent, I think can still be achieved. But we need to find adequate ways to enable that experimentation, which may be including task organized units or unique cross-functional experimentation with technologies, but ultimately be able to incubate that and scale it where appropriate. So looking forward to the discussion today, and thanks again for joining.
Gil, thanks for that. Thanks very much. Captain Shay Haver, aide-de-camp to the Commander Joint Task Force National Capital Region and Military District of Washington and Army Ranger. Shay, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson, and thanks to everybody on the panel today. Really looking forward to being part of the conversation, constantly learning and growing from everybody's perspectives. So first, I just kind of want to hit on both Colonel Crom and Major Air are already kind of took a little bit of a glimpse into this, but as we move towards more of a technological idealism and moving to solve problems in that way, that my provocation here is that we'll never be able to completely eliminate the humanity out of it, and that the human aspect is going to be something that we will have to continue to focus on. I think what's going to be unique and interesting is that moving forward, we're going to have the same amount of jobs, if not more, and we're going to have to recruit the right people to fit those jobs. And in this generation, maybe even motivating people to either stay in or to continue to contribute to this conversation, moving it forward, what the competition will look like. We're going to be working with a generation that more than likely doesn't have the same experiences that the total force may have had over the 20 years of experience where we have been. So not only are we kind of trying to shift culture, right, we're also trying to create something in a different way, kind of new, and we're going to have to rely on that bottom-up refinement that Major Air has talked about. So really interested in how we're going to tie that into our conversation today with some of the soft truths, and keeping in mind that overcoming a generation of more individualism and isolationism, how we do that, how do we maintain a culture for the military in general, but for SOF moving forward in these very specific ideas as we kind of culminate in that. But really looking forward to the conversation, and thank you so much.
Shay, thanks so much, and great Army Ranger form. You came in well under the 5 minutes, so I appreciate that. You've given us some time back. Folks, before I introduce our final quick provocateur, I just want to make sure that I want to give the audience, our living room audience, some time, some information on how to submit questions. Folks, we'll be using Slido, sli.do, to submit questions. Slido is the box located to the right of the video. If you encounter issues in attempting to load up your questions using Slido, please contact events@newamerica.org. Okay, and without further ado, I want to turn it over to our Command Chief Master Sergeant Greg A. Smith. Command Chief Smith is the 10th Senior Enlisted Leader of the U.S. Special Operations Command. He's our senior leader, so I could not think of a better way of rounding out the provocations other than turning it over to Command Chief Smith. Greg, over to you.
Thanks, Dr. Wilson. And as always, it's always a big struggle to clean up behind three eloquent leaders that make me feel very confident in the future of our force from a person that's really the past of our force. With somebody with more than 26 years in special operations of my 31 plus years of service, I've watched the second, third, and now the fourth age of SOF, as Dr. Wilson coins it. And as the last enlisted airman in our United States Air Force on active duty who came in before Desert Shield, it's also an important inflection point as we look at the evolution of the military and special operations in general, as we look at how we got here, where we're at, and where we're going. I will tell you, as we struggle, and I say that because on behalf of General Clark and the leadership team here, we spend an enormous and inordinate amount of time questioning those truths, not our soft truths, but those truths that we've known for these last 20 years of how relevant they will be going forward. And in that questioning and through significant inflection, we've come up with kind of 4 key areas that SOF will continue and into the future, foreseeable future. And that first, as evidenced by the recent events in Afghanistan and elsewhere around the world, in places like Haiti, in support of Hurricane Ida and other crises, is this concept of crisis response. SOF's innate ability to get from point A to point B in a rapid fashion, to move to the sounds of the guns or the sounds of the cries, is the significant single most important value proposition we can offer our nation, as it offers the nation's decision makers time and space to make decisions. We can question those decisions, and we have the luxury of doing that, but we do not have the luxury of questioning response time. So special operations forces in crisis response will always be the nation's key advantage. The second is this continuing counter-violent extremist operations. Although we see the events in Afghanistan and other places around the world, a more sustainable approach. Terrorism, counterterrorism, and those who ideologically seek to destroy or usurp everything this great nation stands for will continue to be present. Those things require unique solutions. And as Colonel Crom brought up, this irregular warfare concept and by, with, and through our allies and partners will continue to be our key strength as we go forward. The third kind of important hinge point here is in state-on-state conflict. As we prepare for the nation to avoid war, we prepare for war as a military. Special operations has been the supported force the majority of the last 20 years, reconnecting with our services and integrating into the joint force as a supporting, enabling portion of this element of that will be important for our decision makers. And then finally, this continuous continuum of competition, everything from cooperation to conflict on both ends of this, both at state, near peer, and middle peer conflicts or disagreements will continue. When we talk about China, I'll use China as a quick example, and we look at things. China is not necessarily a military threat, but it has military capabilities that threaten United States capabilities. China's economic growth, and when we look at it through four lenses, and that's the Silk Road economic belt, the 21st century maritime Silk Road, the polar Silk Road, and the digital Silk Road. These threaten to underpin the economic engine that is the United States, that gives us that access and placement. So Special Operations Force's ability to characterize the nature of this by, with, and through friendly countries and understand dual use facilities and potential threats is a key and important enabling function for our decision makers. These things through the next 20 to 40 years will continue to be truths that we see in the operational environment. And those things require uniquely assessed and selected individuals. To use Major Ayer's point, do we have the right individuals today to do these things tomorrow? These are the inflection points that we face today to make sure that we are inclusive in the entire problem set, to make sure that we are getting after and addressing the nation's key challenges. With that, I yield my time back to you, Dr. Wilson.
Command Chief Greg, that was excellent. What I'd like to do, we already have some great questions forming up from the virtual living room audience. Before I go to that, I want to take a couple of minutes and kind of come back to what was a harmonizing theme across all of your comments. But I thought who put it best was Lieutenant Colonel Crone. Katie, you said we have to be brilliant in the basics. We have to remain brilliant. I would say exquisitely so brilliant in the basics while also remaining human, right? And again, Captain Haver emphasized this as well. You all did. I'm haunted by the fact that part of the American way of peace and warfare is a heavy reliance on technology, right? And when we're talking about a fourth age of soft, it really comes into coincidence and increasingly is going to come in collision with the fourth technological revolution as well. And again, Major Ayer spoke to this a bit as well. So the natural proclivity to, at times of strategic ambiguity and unknown, strategic inflection points to tilt towards more of the reliance on hopeful solutions through the hyper enablement through tech solutions of the leader operator. While we certainly have to do that, how do we do that at the same time of maintaining that equipoise, that balance, that healthy balance between becoming hyper enabled at vanguard on these technological changes, while also remaining soft truth number one, human over all things, much less hardware. I'd like to just put that before you and give you guys maybe 30 seconds or so to kind of give some thoughts on it. And it's open to whoever wants to start it out.
Well, I'll start real quick and just say the hyper-enabled operator is really about three key concepts. It's about power, right? How do I power and how do I do those things? It's about projection. How do I leverage data, satellite, all these other capabilities across multiple domains to project capability? And it's about protection. How do I synthesize and rework industry plates, carrier, transport to make sure I'm protecting the operator? But at the end of all of it, it's about the human that is enabled by this rapid influx of technology.
Outstanding. Hey, Major, I'm going to pick on you because you and I had a conversation about this a little bit last week. I know you have something to say on this.
We did. I think we were joking last time. Shay and I, even though we're the youngest on this panel, I think we ourselves are old in the sense that we're not digitally native. We have a generation of young, aspiring special operations personnel who did grow up in that environment. And I would argue they are part and parcel of that solution. The technology, I'm in the reserves. And so my full-time work is dealing with technology investments to include artificial intelligence. And at the end of the day, I think it reinforces Chief Smith's point, and that it's about the people and the ability of those individuals to understand the capabilities and limitation, what's going into those types of systems, and then how we use it, and to leverage the capability of our young soldiers, sailors, airmen, Marines who grew up in that digitally native environment, who have been tooling with Raspberry Pi since the age of 7, and can bring some of those competencies, I think, are critical.
Outstanding. And I would just add our new members to the team, to the SOF team, our Space Guardians, who we're beginning the early work now, try to figure out what that looks like from a soft componency. So even more so in terms of that challenge of maintaining and preserving that perfect equipoise. Again, the innovator's dilemma, preserving who we are as human beings, a human at the heart of what we do, the human essence of what we do, while leveraging to the hilt advanced technology. Hey, Shay, I'll turn it over to you, see if you have any thoughts to add.
Yeah, the one comment that I was going to make is that I think that we are going to have a challenge for ourselves to appeal to that generation who did grow up, essentially, the iPhone in their hand, right? It's like, how does that translate now into how they can serve and how they can be recruited into these positions? So those skills might not necessarily translate for them, and they're going to see, probably what they think that SOF is from a historical standpoint, and not necessarily what it is being projected to be. And so us finding a way, and us meaning, the active military now, and how do we recruit the right people for some jobs that maybe don't even exist yet, getting people to think, because they're going to be the ones that are going to solve, some of these future problems. So we might be doing the nug work of coming out with the orders and, doing the late night, backroom planning sessions, but really what is it that we're getting out to the rest of the population to be able to recruit these individuals, and to meet them where they are, so that they're not intimidated by the fact that, like, hey, I don't have, the experience of being, fighting this past, 20-year war under my belt. How do I contribute? And very necessarily, they might be the solution. So getting them to see that, I think, is a challenge and something that we need to start doing now.
That's great. Katie, I'm gonna, since I used your provocation for this question, I'm going to ask you to maybe take this in the opposite direction that Major Iyer and Shay took it. They talked about the challenge of you all as from my perspective, the youngsters, in trying to communicate downstream to those Gen Zers, the true digital natives. What's your all's challenge and their challenge, even more so, in translating that up echelon to old soldiers, sailors, airmen, once and young, but no longer? Command Chief Greg Smith is always forever young, so I won't put him in my category. I'll just pick him myself, representing the old folks that are far from being digital natives, but still in positions where you've got to convince us as the executives of what all this means and how it means for change going forward. Any thoughts on that before we turn it over to the
audience? Sure. That actually, I was watching the video at the beginning, and I kind of went back to what I always feel about the posters and the stamps, or the branding of special operations. And it's, the night vision goggles and the operator with all of the gear, going into a building. And I thought, that's not what we need to be advertising fully right now. Of course, it's a huge part of it. And I know it does help recruit some people that we need. But, if we all agree that the future is different, the people and the mindset and the creativity that we're trying to recruit right now is much different than that. And I think it comes down to things like words do matter. Hyper-enabled operator, right? The last word is operator. All MOS's professions within special operations need to be hyper-enabled, and that goes back to this understand function. But I think it's difficult for the more senior generations. I mean, we have super forward thinkers like Chief Smith and you and Mitch Bradley and General Clark, people that really do want to change, but I think it is difficult for them to promote and bring up talent that looks different than them. And I'm not talking in physical appearance, but has a different resume than them. It doesn't compute somehow in these boards, right? And so people often ask, we talked about this last week. If you said 10 years ago, what does a panel for Special Operations 2040 look like? It was Chief Smith times 5, right? And if you look at, as handsome as he is, but if you look at, Dr. Wilson, Major Iyer, Captain Haver, me, we are definitely not the recruiting poster for special operations. But I would say that we are at the forefront of a lot of thought within the community. And with the expertise above us, when we all come together, we are, we're pitching some creative solutions that are being latched onto, around the globe with the National Security Council and things like that. But it will become increasingly difficult to hold on to people like Shay. And I mean, look, Major Iyer's already out in the Harvard Business School. They will be recruited outside if they aren't properly talent managed. And I think that's, what I spend a lot of time translating up above, trying to bring people underneath me that don't look, I don't look soft. Some of my, most talented guys and gals that work for me, they do not look the part, but they are an absolute requirement to make Special Operations Command successful going forward. And it's just about reminding these guys on a daily basis that that's true, and usually they do listen.
And I'll just say that from my seat, Colonel Crom is more soft than most people that I know, just so you know. I mean, in the sense of her thought and what she does for these commands.
There's a reason why she's handpicked to be one of our preeminent war and peace planners. Enough said on that. Katie, to your point about, how do you keep folks like yourselves, and we'll pick on Akil specifically. How do you keep them in? How do you keep the talent inside the force? I think even thinking beyond what constitutes inside and outside the force, right, is something we've got to rethink, right? And the ability to actually leverage opportunities for you all to rotate in and out, if you will, of the active formations. And just think of the integrated statecraft and beyond statecraft solutions that we can get when we start thinking about those kind of things. What is a 21st century equivalent of a old 18th, 19th century approach to breveting, right? To where we're putting rank and accoutrements to mission sets, not to individuals, right? We had it in some respects really right in the past. How do you go back to our futures in those respects is just some of the things that all of your comments really inspired. Let me open this up to our audience. We've got some great questions here that are all in line with what we're talking about so far. Let me start right at the top of the list here. I'm just going to make this open from everyone. Bad strategy often comes from flawed assumptions. What are the wrong assumptions about what we need from SOF that would lead to bad strategy for the future? And I'm going to just make this open jump ball. Whoever wants to jump and get it first, go for it.
I can just jump in really quick because, following Colonel Crom, I appreciate your comments because 100% I think that getting to this question too, one of the things is like what wrong would be is just assuming that we just keep doing the same thing or that everybody has to look the same. We're going to end up having to put people probably that look different or may not even have the right experiences into positions of change, into positions of responsibility or authority to make decisions, surrounded by a team to progress the team forward, that are going to fail. And we're going to have to be comfortable being uncomfortable. And I think that that's probably the biggest and first takeaway. It's going to look different than probably a lot of people are comfortable with. And we're going to have to be uncomfortable moving forward. The goodness in that is that it's a team effort and that the individual, if we're doing it right, because we're thinking about it and talking about it and planning it now, that one individual will be surrounded by the right team. So it'll be the right person, but the right team as well to continue to perpetuate that on. But I think that that's just one aspect or one facet to kind of get after that question and also to highlight what Colonel Crom was talking about there.
Lieutenant Colonel Crom, Major Iyer, any comments? Anything to add? Anything to add? Okay, nothing heard. All right, next question. By 2040, the people SOCOM are recruiting today will be leading the enterprise. What new different attributes should we be screening for in those future leaders today?
Yeah, I'll take that one first. I mean, as a woman in SOF without the opportunity to go to ranger school and everything that's shaded. Not saying that I would have passed this by any means, but it wasn't allowed back then, thank God. There's always been, you always feel like a second-class citizen without the tabs and the accoutrements and everything that comes with that. And so I think that when we do look to recruit and assess, we need to put things like, writing, reading, speaking, problem solving, almost ahead, not ahead all the way, but equal at least as the physical testing. I think that it's always an afterthought, and it probably needs to be on the same playing field. It's very rare that people get dropped. We all have friends, relatives that have been through the series of schools across the services, from BUDS to Delta training and all of that. And you never hear about people getting, dropped for intellectual shortfalls. It's the mountain phase or, frostbite or something like that. And I think that when it comes to the challenges that we're facing right now with strategic competition, it's the problem solving and creative solutions that paralyze senior leaders, and that stymie progress right now. And so those are the things that I think we really need to be testing in the future to make sure we're recruiting.
And Colonel Crome's on a pretty good point here of as we've relooked at assessment as part of our comprehensive review of looking where we're at. Is really about critical and creative thinking, thinking in time, ethical thinking, and then design thinking. Dr. Wilson, as you know, kind of the 5 elements of thinking, if you will, and that all falls under cognitive agility, which should weigh significantly more. We still need the physical standards because of what we physically demand of our force. However, sometimes we've overemphasized certain things in it to the detriment of cognitive agility, which is where we're at, where we're what we physically demand of our force. However, sometimes we've overemphasized certain things in it to the detriment of cognitive agility, which is where we're at, where we're inflecting on right now, sir.
Absolutely. We've got time probably for a quick lightning round of 2 more questions. Next question. 9/11 was a catalyst for military recruiting. As United States Special Operations Command continues to shift its focus away from direct action, is SOF experiencing challenges in retention or recruiting? How about we start with Akil and maybe Katie? I know you've done a lot of background work on human resource side and talent management side. Maybe give you a chance to comment as well. But go ahead, Akil. Any thoughts on that?
Thanks, Dr. Wilson. I'm probably coming with an outside perspective, so don't have the numbers here on this. I think, and maybe this goes a little bit, what I will offer is in conjunction with the last question, I don't think we need to see it as I'm in active duty or I'm out of active duty. I think there's a lot of relationships that we can have. I look at the National Guard model. I mean, talk about an amazing capability that the U.S. Army has developed, where I have people working in all sorts of incredible industries on the outside, but can also come back and leverage when the nation requires. And I would like to think, as the question was posed earlier, that we can question what that relationship looks like. To your second point, I think in terms of retention, my argument is I think in many ways the desire to serve is still very, very strong. Actually, in many ways, I think the desire to do something where the mission matters and may not be necessarily creating the next, dare I say, Facebook filter or something like that. I do think we're seeing a generation that wants to work on problems that matter, and special operations and the broader, not even special operations, the broader national security enterprises is still going forward on that.
Yeah, and really quick, the only thing that I would add, and I think that Chief Smith would probably have a great perspective on this, is we might have overcorrected on the kind of deploy to dwell type of ratio that we were getting. I mean, people were deployed too much for many years. Now there are many people feeling kind of underused after 20 years of continuous deployments and really feeling like they were part of something bigger. So I think that there's probably a happy medium in there that we can get people out in the field, overseas, feeling like they're contributing to the bigger picture while also maintaining, family readiness back home.
And we do not have a recruiting issue at present. We have a retention issue potentially that we're working through. The analysis is early, but we want to make sure there's meaningful employment, to Colonel Crome's point, of making sure that the force feels properly employed and supported.
Folks, I promise one more question. I was told we've got an extra minute because we got started a little bit late. So I'm going to steal a little bit more time, just ask one more. I just want to ask you all, each of you, and this is coming from left field for you. So here comes, as we think about what SOF looks like and needs to be and become next 20 years, 2040, what key trends do you think about? What, maybe name one each of key trends to be on the outlook for, maybe something that keeps you up at night, either from fright or from peril or promise, something that excites you about the trends that we're seeing today and where it may be leading us forward. How about we start with Shay?
I would say not necessarily frightening, but just something that last key point that was made is like making people feel like, valued members of the team, being able to contribute. So very, very specifically, having an end state, having something that we're working towards, that being very specifically, communicated so people can attach to it and contribute to it.
Outstanding. Hey, Akil, how about for you?
I think the key attribute is a willingness to take risks and experiment. We're not going to develop a more optimized force if we don't have a culture in which we create the opportunity to do so. Many of those will fail. We're not going to get the right MTO or formation or technology integrated off the first bat. That's what the innovator's dilemma is all about. But to enable that culture of risk-taking and see that at an individual level, I think is key.
Katie?
Yeah, mine's kind of along those lines. It really goes back to my main point of understanding. I think what really keeps me up at night is kind of the climate change, mass migration, weaponization of refugees around the world issue. And to Chief Smith's point at the beginning, it's going to be more Haitis and less Afghanistans, coming up. And we need to be prepared with the type of people that A, want to tackle that type of mission, and B, understand the context and the culture around it when they get there.
Outstanding. Command Chief, over to you.
Yes, sir. Mine's atrophy. What keeps me up at night is readiness atrophy. So on the 10th of September 2011, we had done 1,000 exercises for that one op. As somebody who was 7 days after 9/11 deployed forward, standing up, and the second U.S. guy into Pakistan to kind of start working those pieces. 7 years of my life forward, Iraq, Afghanistan, Somalia, North Africa, working across there. I never worried about readiness. Right now with policy and where we're at in the world, I get worried, or what concerns me is maintaining a state of crisis response readiness for whatever our nation requires.
Thanks so much for that, Command Chief Smith. And right along with you, that's what would tend to keep me up late at night from a what worries me, but from a what excites me and the great promise ahead. I mean, I got to tell you, the perfect answer to this question of what should SOF look like for the outwards to 2040, before the first word was said, as soon as we all popped up visual on screen, I think we've got our answer to that. And with that, these are the things that help me sleep very well and comfortably tonight amid all this ambiguity, knowing we've got these great leaders today that are going to be leading the force into that next 20, 30, 40 years plus going forward. I want to thank you all for what I think we kept our promise for a very informative and provocative conversation. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to our great host, Peter Bergen. Peter, thank you very much. Over to you, sir.
Well, thank you for everybody on that panel, which was fascinating. And thank you, Colonel Wilson, for organizing it. In our next session, we're going to take a look at a kind of related topic, artificial intelligence. What are the implications for international humanitarian law? It's going to be a video with Jason Horowitz, who's the legal advisor to the International Committee of the Red Cross. And it's going to be a discussion with Candice Rondo, who's the director of Future Frontlines, a program at New America, and also a professor of practice at Arizona State.
Hi, I'm Candice Rondeau. I'm director of the Future Frontlines program at New America, a public intelligence service for next generation security and democratic resilience. Today, we're going to talk about artificial intelligence and the future of war. The way we've often talked about this is killer robots and swarms of drones, but we know that artificial intelligence is an evolving technology and that it has a long future ahead of it. And its impact on the way war is conducted is much more complicated than just robots out of control. So today we're going to talk with Jonathan Horowitz, a legal advisor at the International Committee of the Red Cross, about how the law of war and the future of war intersects with all these evolutions and innovations in artificial intelligence. So Jonathan, what's a good metaphor for how to think about artificial intelligence in terms of where it fits with warfare and international law? How do we think about AI and war?
Thanks so much for the invitation to the Future Security Forum. Candace, great to be with you, to have the opportunity to talk about this issue. To go directly to your question, I mean, it's important to think about artificial intelligence as a revolutionary general purpose technology, kind of akin to something like electricity, where we anticipate seeing it used in sort of every portion of our lives in the future. And that includes in the conduct of warfare, whether it's from things like procurement or human resource issues or patching up problems with computer networks, all the way to things that involve conduct of hostilities. And the one reason why I don't want to make an analogy only to something like general purpose technology like electricity is because it's so much more than that, right? Artificial intelligence is going to be highly coveted on the battlefield for the speed at which it can compute massive amounts of data to either perform tasks without human involvement or to provide information for humans to make decisions on the battlefield. And with that comes considerable costs and questions and benefits. So two big questions, just to kick off the conversation, two big questions are things like, well, what does it mean when artificial intelligence performs tasks at a speed that exceed the ability for humans to intervene? And another really important question that we think about is, what does it mean when artificial intelligence provides information to a human, but that human doesn't know the reliability or doesn't know why that information has been produced and given in the way that it has? So those are pretty transformative questions that have the potential to change the nature of warfare in many respects. So it's a pretty big new technology being put on the scene.
So, I mean, the way we've tended to talk about this and think about how AI would affect the way war is conducted is not the way you described it all. In fact, typically we've kind of tended to talk about it as killer robots, run amok, or swarms of drones out of control. Although, some of the problems you're describing could lead to some of those outcomes, right? Those are a little bit more extreme kind of ways to think about the challenges. It's actually, as you say, it's extremely multifaceted. And the ICRC, right, has this mandate that's really key, which is kind of guardian of the international principles of how war is conducted. The Geneva Conventions, of course, are extremely well known. They have been an important part of how wars both are conducted in terms of being kind of like guide rails or sort of bumper posts, if you kind of think about it that way, but also for how you exit from war, right? It's a really key part of winding down and trying to find a path to peace, basically. So with that mandate, the ICRC clearly has, weighed in on a lot of different things. But what's new, I think, about the ICRC's position and taking a public position is in the paper, there are sort of three sort of challenges that are outlined. Can you talk a little bit about those?
It is important to think about the ICRC's reflection as not a black or white ban everything or allow everything to move forward. It's a pretty nuanced position and consideration. And let me just explain how we sort of get there, and then I'll talk to those three trends or challenges that we're seeing. So the ICRC has been around since 1863. So we've seen a lot of new technologies enter the battlefield. And when we do, we tend to take a look at how they're being designed and their intended military purpose. From there, we take a look at what their humanitarian implications are in terms of what they can destroy or how they destroy it, what kind of kinetic or non-kinetic effects, so on and so forth. And understanding those humanitarian costs or consequences, we then look at the relationship between the usage and what international humanitarian law, the laws of war, the Geneva Conventions say, because what those rules say fundamentally is that there are limits to weapons and means and methods of warfare. So once we get in that frame of mind, what we've seen with artificial intelligence are three potential usages, right? One is increased autonomy in weapon systems, cyber capabilities that are used in the conduct of hostilities. So that's one, thinking about autonomy and what artificial intelligence does. The second is around artificial intelligence and information operations, right? So propaganda is an age-old part of conflict. What artificial intelligence brings to the dissemination of information, propaganda, misinformation, disinformation is a speed and scale that is abnormal to what we've seen to date, and understanding what are the humanitarian implications of that. And then a third trend that we're seeing is the way that artificial intelligence can produce information that human decision makers use in their battlefield decisions, right? So this could be, at the far end of the spectrum, things like who to target or who to detain. So those are the three sort of bundled areas where we're observing different patterns and trends and understanding the humanitarian implications of the potential or real-time application of artificial intelligence. And we can talk about, and I'd be happy to talk about how the ICRC unpacks all three of those, but those are the three main areas where we see AI having international humanitarian law implications in the way militaries conduct themselves in warfare.
What are the implications of a competition becoming sort of out of control as well, right? For the future of artificial intelligence in the context of warfare. I understand ICRC doesn't take positions on, again, sort of national issues at all. But what do you think that might mean for the future trajectory if you were to scan out 5-10 years from now?
I think there's a real concern about whether artificial intelligence will give states, regardless of what state we're talking about, will give states an inclination or a capability or a motivation to do things that go beyond the limits of international humanitarian law. Yeah. And also to do things that maybe international humanitarian law didn't anticipate, but raise fundamental humanitarian and ethical issues, such as the removal of human agency from warfare. It's a pretty big issue to grapple with, whether you're looking at it from a legal perspective or an ethical perspective or from a humanitarian perspective or from all three. And, for that reason, what the ICRC is trying to do, trying to work with all sorts of various states, but also technologists and legal experts, is to understand exactly this. What challenges does artificial intelligence pose to complying with the limits of warfare, international humanitarian law? Whether or not elaborations in the law are needed so that we can all have a common understanding of what it means to apply the principle of proportionality or the principle of distinction or the principle of precaution when using AI technologies. And once we get to that point, trying to understand if there are any additional protection gaps, whether legal, humanitarian, ethical, and deciding whether or not there are just cause to think about having new rules, new regulations in place to make sure that AI doesn't push states into a space where they where AI is the tail that wags the dog of international humanitarian law. And so we just need to be really careful about those implications and try to understand them. Now, the ICRC, like many of us, are still struggling with the full implications of what artificial intelligence will bring. And I think it's not a closed chapter by any means. There's new technological developments happening at very fast speeds in research and development communities. So that's the type of thing that the ICRC is thinking about. Those are the types of considerations that are going into how we approach artificial intelligence. And it gives you a sense of where we see the trajectory of both AI, how it's used on the battlefield, and its relationship with international humanitarian law.
You raise a good point that I hadn't really thought of, and I'm going to leave you with this last question. And to what extent do you have a sense, or does the ICRC have a sense of what the technology companies, and tech providers, what is their understanding of the challenge? Are we in dialogue with them? Do they get it? Do they not get it? What is missing from their understanding of the challenge? Because I imagine you're speaking different languages practically, right?
Yeah, so I think this is an emerging dialogue. I mean, you go to any conference on defense and technology, and there's a talk about academia, industry, and defense. And so in these types of technologies, there's a lot of work, a lot of research, a lot of development, a lot of design happening in the private sector. And so it is really important for the private sector to be attentive to how their design, their applications, their use of AI will translate into a battlefield space, and how it comports and relates to the limits on means and methods of warfare, which is longhand for international humanitarian law.
That's a big challenge, I think. Well, listen, Jonathan, thank you so much for joining us here at the Future Security Forum. It's been great to have you, and I hope we get to talk again, because there's lots to talk about on the future of AI and war.
Thanks so much, and enjoy the rest of the forum.
Thanks so much to our colleague Candace and to Jonathan Horowitz. Our next panel is Diversity and Security Policymaking, a Progress Report. We're excited to be joined by retired Commander Ted Johnson, Theodore Johnson, the 2017 Eric and Wendy Schmidt Fellow at New America, and currently Director of the Fellows Program at the Brennan Center for Justice, and formerly the speechwriter to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. Also, Ambassador Gina Abercrombie Winstanley, who's Chief Diversity and Inclusion Officer at the U.S. Department of State, and Bishop Garrison, Senior Advisor to the Secretary of Defense for Human Capital, Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. And this will be moderated by Heather Hurlbert, Director of the Models for Policy Change at New America.
Thanks, Daniel. And I want to thank all of our panelists for joining us this afternoon. And I have to say, of all the topics we're discussing today, I think really it's you and the Space Force who are the most innovative, the thing that perhaps we least could have imagined looking back 20 years about what the shape of U.S. security policy in 2021 would look like. So I want to invite first Gina and then Bishop to start by giving us a little bit of a progress report. If on the one hand, we're thinking about the sweep of 20 years, but also, of course, the two of you are now each about 200 days into new roles that have never existed before. in the US government that we have never tried in such a visible and public facing way to not just make significant gains in making the actors in US foreign policy look more like the US population, but also really enshrine that as a value in the how and the what of national security policy. So you've got several hundred of your fellow citizens and taxpayers watching who would love to hear about what it is looking like inside the defense departments and state departments to be the people in charge of diversity, human capital, equity, and inclusion. So Ambassador, I'll start with you.
Thank you very much, Heather. Delighted to be here and engage in this discussion and sharing some updates on where we are. As you know, I was appointed to this position in early April by Secretary Blinken. He set me up in the strongest way possible by doing a few things from the very beginning. Number one, I report directly to him. And he made clear to me from the beginning that this is something he takes seriously and expects progress from. I meet with him about every 2 months on this topic, and it begins, what have you done? What have you accomplished? The second thing is that I participate in our senior leadership positions of selecting senior positions, ambassadors, deputy chiefs of mission, principal officers, deputy assistant secretaries. That means the top understands the importance that the secretary puts on this. We have begun with my 3 favorite words: accountability, intentionality, and transparency. We are trying to improve our accountability mechanisms, and that goes to data. Nobody believes anything is real unless they see the numbers. And that has been one of my greatest challenges, in all honesty. There are privacy concerns, and we have to do the balancing act in partnership with our lawyers, of course, and the Global Talent Management Bureau here in the department to ensure that our efforts to share the data don't compromise people's privacy. So we have ongoing discussions about disaggregated and aggregated data. I have very little interest in aggregated data and make this clear every single day that I'm in the department. I need to know what the numbers look like sliced and diced by gender, by ethnicity, by race, because everyone has overall challenges in the department, in any career, but individual groups, different groups have different problems. And our greatest tool for making headway on these problems is doing barrier analysis, identifying where the triggers, where the choke points are for different groups, and then identifying what the barrier is at that choke point. And that's why we must have disaggregated data. We will continue the discussion on how much is shared and with whom, but everybody wants to know how well we're doing. And you can only judge that by looking at the numbers. The other thing, of course, is increasing transparency so people can see what we're doing and how we're doing it. That is in recruitment, retention, particularly with regard to our assignments process, and promotion. And again, we get down to the data. Who's where, how long did it take them to get there, what's held them up. But being very clear about what we're looking at and being very clear about what we expect from the workforce. The Secretary has made clear, he spoke honestly and crisply, in that a diverse workforce makes our foreign policy smarter, better, and more innovative. We need everybody's voice. And finally, of course, acting with intention. Once we identify those barriers, identifying what is the fastest, most effective way of addressing them and moving people beyond them. So that's what we've been doing for the last few months. We've also started an interagency working group, all the organizations that fall under the Foreign Affairs Act of 1980, that's AID and state, Department of Agriculture and the Department of Commerce, the chief DEIA folks, we get together to look at what each of us are doing and to amplify and augment what each other are doing so that we can go forward in lock arm as far as the progress is concerned and help each other find out where we might be stumbling, where we might be hobbled, or where we might be facing barriers. We've also moved forward on putting together our strategic plan for diversity and inclusion and accountability. And that will be a more public document by October. I've just cleared off this morning on the draft of that. It's a comprehensive document, but of course it's being fed by the government-wide effort that was announced in the executive order on the 25th of June. So it has space to be modified or augmented as OPM leads this broader effort. So that's where we are overall, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thanks, Bishop.
Thank you, and thank you so much for having me. Some things I want to highlight and echo on what the ambassador said. Her thoughts, as always, so cogent on this particular topic and of the importance of it. Particularly when we talk about diversity, it's not simply for diversity's sake. We already know here at the outset that diverse teams lead to more innovative solutions in how we deal with some of the most complex problems facing the national security apparatus in our country here in the 21st century. So that is why the president and Secretary Austin have focused on ensuring that we have the proper representation within our ranks, that we have a force that reflects the best and brightest that America has to offer, that we have talent pools that bring in as much as we possibly can that diversity of lived experience that we need in order to engage these issues. One thing that the ambassador really hit the nail on the head on for us is two things, actually. She's very brilliant. Two things. One, the need for data and research, and two, the need for an assessment. So first, we began our efforts back in April, where I was tasked with building out the the Defense Equity Team. And that team is comprised of individuals from our Personnel and Readiness Shop, led by two incredibly talented career leaders, Mr. Salazar and Mr. Johnson, in order to really help us scope out a proper assessment of what programs currently exist and where they have been in the series of events over the last 4 or 5 years to understand what type of progress has been made. So once we've continued to understand that, we can get a better understanding of what types of lines of effort within those areas we actually need in order to help us identify the issues and engage them properly. So right off the bat, one of the top things we know is data and research. When we look at the Department of Defense, you're speaking of approximately 2.8 million people across the world. Of that total force, when we speak of both individuals in military uniform as well as the civilians that fight right alongside with them, serve right alongside with them, you're speaking of approximately about 41% of those folks are people of color. So it identifies people of color, some type of ethnic background. So we need to get a handle on understanding, is that the proper representation reflected in our leadership? And if not, why? What types of issues exist within our workforce to help us meet the needs going forward of retaining top talent, continuing to recruit top talent, and ensuring some of our top talent is in the our leadership ranks, and that our diversity is properly reflected throughout. That's something that we're trying to come to terms with and identify. And that goes into our next line of effort, talent management. Again, when we look at building out these leaders of the future, you can't decide on a Friday that you're going to take every colonel within the United States Army and make them a flag officer. That's not the way this works. What you need to ensure is that people are hitting the proper prerequisites in order for them to matriculate through the processes and through the systems in order to be selected for our highest leadership ranks, whether they be senior executive service or whether they be flag officers. So what are we doing early on in their careers and as early as our initial recruitment phases of properly identifying talent and figuring out at what points are they hitting barriers that may take away from their experience and may have them leave as a part of It may have them leave into a different career. That's what we're trying to identify and address. What are those key issues? So when you look at individuals that are at that mid-career stage, what type of life experiences are they having? What type of career experiences are they having that helps either retain them or that pushes them away from our ranks where we can't keep them in to get them into that leadership space? So that's the next piece of overall talent management. And then it comes down to education and training. We want to ensure that we have a welcoming environment for all those who serve, regardless of their backgrounds. So we need to ensure that we're doing everything we can to help people understand and learn culturally about their fellow service members, about their fellow civilians, and to understand where those individuals are coming from and how the world around them has helped to shape their vision of life and impact their own lives and careers. That's a part of what the education and training piece is really all about whenever you talk about DEI. And it's not simply about the idea of wokeism or the idea of any type of insurance that people won't simply be offended. It really is about understanding where people are coming from and what their overall perspectives of work, of life, of career, all of it, how that encompasses their vision of the world and the lens through which they view everything that they engage. So we're trying to determine what are some of the best steps in order to properly shape that. And then we do have some additional requirements when we look at internal and external stakeholders. We work very closely with OMB as well as with DPC, the Domestic Policy Council, and the White House in general to ensure that we have as much transparency as possible in our overall decision-making processes, as well as our overall policies and processes in engaging these topics every day. So it continues to be a work in progress. When you're creating policy and process for nearly 3 million people, it's going to be a slow moving ship from time to time. But it's important for us to do the heavy lifting and to do a lot of this work in order for us to ensure the best possible outcomes for everyone involved. At the end of the day, again, this is about making the most inclusive environment that allows us to recruit and retain the top talent across the board. And that's what these policies are really about for us.
Thanks. Ted, you had a very successful 20-year career in the Navy, and no, there are not going to be any football arguments between the two of you, and in the Pentagon, and then came out and have written a really path-breaking book, When the Stars Begin to Fall, looking at posing the idea that racism is an existential threat to the U.S. So when you watch some of the things that these two are trying to do, and that more broadly the new administration has tried in its first couple hundred days, what would your kind of progress report be as an external observer and stakeholder? What have you seen, and what are you still watching for?
Yeah, well, I'll tell you the updates that we just received are heartwarming. I mean, they're encouraging because it's points to the fact that we're not focusing on diversity for diversity's sake, which sometimes is an objective in and of itself, to get different people in the same room and then clap the dust off your hands and suggest that you've now won the battle. So a few things I wanted to pick up on to sort of answer your question and to be responsive to what my fellow panelists have said. The first is on when the ambassador talked about the crosstabs, about thinking about diversity, not just in terms of overall demographics of the fighting force or diplomatic force, but at the different levels where folks are. We know that in the military, I can tell you from my time when I was the first ships that I went to, I would be the only Black officer on the ship. But if you looked at the demographics of the ship, it was actually quite diverse. It's just so happened that most of the people of color were, and most of the women, frankly, were in the enlisted side and not in the wardroom with other officers. When I was General Hayden's aide at the National Security Agency, I was the only Black officer on his immediate staff or in the Director's Action Group. And when I was speech writing for the chairman, I was the only Black officer, only person of color in the officer ranks on his staff, on the immediate staff or in the action group. And yet when I walked around the Pentagon, when I walked around the National Security Agency, I saw many people of color and many of women. So it's not just that we have diversity, but that we have diversity at every level of decision making in order to ensure that the outcomes of our missions, of our diplomatic efforts reflect the strengths that diversity brings to the fight and to our objectives. The second thing is something Bishop said around soft power, where when the United States shows up as a diverse military, as a diverse diplomatic corps, that in itself is a strength, frankly, that many other nations cannot replicate because they don't have the level of diversity that we have in the United States. And I can tell you that from certainly in World Wars I and II through Korea, Vietnam, other nations used racial tensions in the United States as a weapon against us to suggest that the democracy that we said we were fighting for, our belief in liberty and freedom, was actually hypocritical, because when you looked at the state of the United States in terms of Jim Crow and how we treated certain immigrants and how we treated women, the fight for democracy we were carrying out overseas often wasn't reflected in the lived experience of people at home. And so that became a weakness for us. In fact, the Soviets during the Cold War often used racial tensions in the United States as a psychological operations instrument, tool against us. And so diversity is actually a counter narrative, a strong counter narrative to what other nations say about the United States. And again, that helps us win in the hearts and minds in other places when we live our creed. And that includes necessarily in a nation of 330 million people as diverse as ours, that diversity be front and center. And but the last piece is something that my book talks about, and I think that we've sort of talked about quite a bit already on the panel, is that the government service is one of the few places where Americans are meeting other Americans who are not like them in terms of race or ethnicity, religion, immigrant status, cultural backgrounds, naturally, it is an extremely diverse place. And this is one of the strongest benefits, and I can speak from my experience in the military, of meeting folks who you would never meet otherwise, except for the fact that you were both serving. This allows democratic strangers, again, in a nation of over 300 million people, to establish a kind of civic friendship because you are exposed to people who are different from you. And you find that even across these differences, that we all want the same things out of our country, that we want safe and secure communities, that we want our nation to be protected, to offer prosperity and opportunity to all. And so when you meet people who you normally are not exposed to, you become resilient to divisive appeals, especially along the lines of race and gender, of race and ethnicity and gender. You no longer buy into the caricatures that some divisive leaders may put forward, because you have real exposure to the people that are being demonized. This is something that I think should be extrapolated nationally in some sort of national service program, because the connection to other people who are different from us is essential to a well-functioning democracy. And I think that the lack of that is partly explains some of the animus in our politics in our society today.
So I have to follow up from that on the data point, because, which, as Ted, you called it the crosstabs, and you both mentioned both the importance and the difficulty of finding data. And I have to ask, number one, why is this so hard? Why are we not better able to get and share this information? And then my second question is, does the need for this much data mean that in point of fact, you're still dealing with significant audiences that actually aren't convinced on the merits? So sort of what is it that we need the data for, and why, of all the things that you'd think it would be hard to do, as you said, Bishop, in a massive bureaucracy, the data isn't the piece I would have imagined. So what's so hard?
Sure. Well, first, I think we want as many of our decisions as possible to be driven by data, meaning that there is actual, tangible, demonstrable, factual evidence of a need to change policy or to make some type of shift in a new direction. I think that's very important. Not everyone, I think Ted's point, some of the points he made are really important here, because we lack the diversity in a lot of instances and individuals to culturally understand the importance of having these types of diverse teams and being able to bring new people in. Sometimes you really do have to demonstrate with data, with a scientific fact, how important that innovative thought is. And the way we do that is first to show them the Harvard business reviews or the Yale management reviews that really demonstrate, hey, in business settings, it has long been established that diverse teams lead to more innovative solutions. And once you begin to peel that onion back a bit, and you see, just as he pointed out, hey, I've written about this. I've been the guy that's the only diverse person in the room, and have wondered where all the other people were. So once you come to terms with that issue, yes, then you can start to not only focus in on, well, this is what the data tells us. Well, the data can also help us to understand what needs to change in order for us to see the type of goals and end states that we think are important in this process. In terms of why we don't already have the data, well, honestly, it's a few different things, I would say. At least for our department, it has long existed, but has lived on actual different servers and different systems that didn't necessarily have the type of interoperability we needed in the past. And now we're at a point where we have the type of systems that and the processes in place that can bring it all into one place, and we can regularly have automated updates that don't include a lot of manually driven processes. So there's actually a technical piece to that as well as a policy piece as well.
Gina, before I come to you, it has been pointed out to me that I was so excited about hearing from the three of you that I am monopolizing you. And the audience, you have a Slido box on the lower right-hand side of your screen into which you can type questions for the panel. And if that technology is not working for you, you can also email questions to events@newamerica.org. And I apologize for monopolizing and not mentioning that sooner. Gina. Data.
Well, now, I said I'd be honest, so let's be clear. Everybody is not on board this particular train. There is considerable resistance, even as there is considerable support for doing better with regard to inclusion, diversity, accessibility, and equity in this organization. Absolutely. Part of the reason that the data is hard to get is, as Bishop said, we don't necessarily have it set up in order to get the data. We're going to have to reconfigure some things to get that disaggregated data that I mentioned is so important. But then we look at, well, why don't we have it? You know, the business case for diversity and inclusion has been made long ago, as Bishop points out, but let's take a look at what the private sector looks like. You know, when I started this job, before I started this job, I was looking around for best practices or who's got it right, who's done it right, who's got the boardroom that looks like it should look, who's got the front office that looks like America, that has all of the perspectives and lived experiences that are needed to really do the mission as it should be done. And frankly, I haven't found one. Let me be clear on that. Nobody's doing it perfectly out there as a wonderful example for the rest of us. So we have to lead. And the government has led in this space before. We have to lead. So that business case, you know, you look at boardrooms and yes, the case has been made, but people still are resistant. I was reading an article early today about public companies, you know, requiring diverse boards, but in fact, public companies are the minority and private companies are many more. And 1% of private companies have African Americans on boards. I think it was something like 49 out of X thousands of positions in the last 20 years. Some of that, of course, obtains in the government as well. So we are at the same time giving the message that we are done admiring the problem. And part, again, of having it not in place is that nobody believed we were serious about this for the last 30 plus years. And in fact, we weren't really serious about it. because we're all brilliant people here. And if we were serious about it, we would have taken care of it. We would have got it done. So now we're serious. Now we're putting in place the data analytic teams, the barrier analysis, so we can really have a look at what we are, where we are, why we are the way we are. We have sent the message that you are not going to be getting senior positions or another senior position if you are not intent in taking care of your entire team, not just those who look like you that you're most comfortable with. We're communicating that this business about inclusion is real. And that is what's helping us get the data. Now we also have to think about how we share data. As I mentioned earlier, there are privacy issues, but there are also concerns about how much we share and what is it going to show. It's going to be clear, as it was in the 2019 GAO report, just how much of a failure we have had in our organization of brilliant people to move this forward, even though we've been talking about it for 30 plus years. So there's going to be some continued uncomfortable conversations within my organization. We've had some, but we are intent. We're going to have more uncomfortable conversations. No doubt there's going to be some data out there for America and others to look at and see that we have talked but not walked. But we're serious about it now. And I have no doubt that from the top to the bottom of this organization, there is sufficient momentum, desire, demand to get this done in the way that we know we can get it done. And that's why we have our data issues.
So Ted, I'm going to ask my next question to you and let you kind of lay out a maximalist path and then let our two government colleagues follow on behind you. But my colleague, Peter Singer, had a terrific question earlier for the commander of Space Force. And he said, looking 20 years into the future, what problem that you face today could we get rid of 20 years from now? And I am not so naive as to imagine that we can eliminate sexism, racism, discrimination, or bigotry entirely in 20 years. But what piece of this could we hope to wipe away by 2041?
What a great question. And I think the answer is, the first thing that comes to mind is we can create a welcoming culture in the Department of Defense and the Department of State that encourages people of color, women to stay. We know, look, if we just do data collection from a numbers standpoint, for example, we know how to get recruiting numbers up through bonuses, through direct, sort of recruitment efforts, but can we keep people? And if we can't keep them, we have, the numbers that we collect to understand how many have stayed and how many have gone is one thing, but the qualitative data to suggest why people stay or why people left is sort of the next step there into determining how we can not just recruit a diverse force, but to maintain it. I will say that we're not, the United States government and this national security apparatus is not the only ones to have this problem. If you look at Silicon Valley, for example, they have a lot of trouble keeping Black STEM graduates, for example, out in the Bay Area. I think, San Francisco is beating Black that are just leaving because of cost of living to which they're working in, whether it's the Apples or the Facebooks or the Googles. And at the same time, we are creating more Black computer scientists than ever, more Black engineers than ever. So it's not a supply problem. The issue is once those folks show up in those organizations, they don't feel welcomed. And so I think, and the same thing can be said for the military. Again, if you take the kid that went to a segregated school from K through 12, which 3 out of 4 Black children attend, and then they go up to an HBCU, and then you send them to a unit where they're the only Black officer, that is an extreme cultural shift that happens almost overnight. And what are we doing organizationally, nationally, to ensure we're creating cultures that are welcoming to folks that don't fit sort of the standard demographic of folks that have traditionally held these positions? That is fixable. And as was mentioned before, corporations are beginning to figure this out, some much better than others. But to the extent we can learn lessons from large corporations and implement them for the mission of the national security discipline, then I think that's something that's doable with the right amount of political will and prioritization by our leaders over the next decade or two.
Gina and Bishop, your 20-year plans.
20-year plan. 20 years, I shouldn't be needed. That's my plan. We are trying to get things, the system, we are trying to get after our system. Ted is right, it's the culture. And so, we do training, we're diplomats. We're used to working to make other cultures comfortable, other people's comfortable. We're going to have to bring that expertise and energy to ourselves. So as I said, I know we can do that. That's what we train to do. It is changing the culture, putting it in black and white so that it stays, that people understand what and the why. So I would say in 20 years, it's my intention that there is not a diversity and inclusion officer at the Department of State, but that we have done the job of putting these changes in our system of how we bring people on board and how we train them and how we prepare them for higher positions. We make our assignments process more transparent. We make clear that what is valued will be judged, and therefore supporting diversity and inclusion is part of what people are going to be judged on, and it will show in their results. So my 20-year plan is that somebody won't have to do this.
There have been so many brilliant things already said on this. I'm going to take a little bit of a cop out and kind of combine the two. First, my hope, similar to what the ambassador has said, is that you will see a less of a siloing effect of DEI efforts, and we will actually truly encapsulate within our overall communities across the board. Whenever we enter into decision-making processes or the development of policy, we will think as just a part of our regular checklist, how is DEI affected or impactful in this particular effort? So that would be the first thing. The second thing, to Commander's point, is that I think that we will have a workforce and its leadership that fully does reflect not only the values of our society, but be a proper representation of the individuals that live within it. When you look at 2050, we're going to become a majority minority country. So I think it's going to be important for us to ensure that we have the proper policies and processes in place that allow for opportunity for individuals to come in and take advantage of those opportunities and lead that career that properly reflects it. I want, by that point, for us to have had a couple or a few men of color or women of color that have served as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, that we have additional chiefs of staff that are people of color, that we have more pilots, more submariners, more ship captains, all of the more special operators, all of these positions that have traditionally been very white, very middle class, very middle America, that we have a greater representation of folks across the board in all of these pivotal positions, because they are so important to the national security apparatus, and they provide for so much opportunity and growth and so much impact throughout everything that we do, that I think is going to be very important for us to ensure that we have processes in place that take advantage of the variety of talent that already exists right now in our country. So I'm hoping that 20 years will be enough time to see a lot of the efforts and policies that men like Secretary Austin and President Biden and Secretary Blinken and others are trying to put in place now, that we see them to fruition by then.
Thanks. We've got some great audience questions, and I'm going to put this one to Gina first because I know you have to drop off a bit early. And then you're both welcome to weigh in, but I've got two more for you. And this is, can an organization be genuinely committed to diversity, equity, inclusion if that is not fully reflected in every subunit?
if it's not reflected in every sub-unit, yes, as the organization, the leadership and what the leadership stresses, every value or mission statement isn't fully fleshed out, I think, up and down the scale. It's aspirational. It's what people use as their touchstone, where they're headed. If they're trying to double check, are they on the right path? Are they doing? Then they look at that. And so, we are adding to ours a real commitment to diversity and inclusion. And as offices and bureaus, work toward it, they know what they're working toward. And so I think, yes, but it's not, listen, I'm working and I'm leading an organization that is overcoming 70 years of no interest in this or inertia, indifference or hostility, combination of the two. And it's not going to be quick. It is going to be a living, as we like to say, living document, living effort. But as I said, we are all smart people here, so we don't have to be slow. Some of the people who were used to not taking it seriously, I've got to change minds. I and my team and those who are on board have got to work to change the perspective of others of our colleagues who have heard it all before, many times, many administrations, and not seen real change. And so it's on us. Our credibility is lacking. It's on us to make clear, oh no, this is real. We mean it this time. This isn't going to stop, a year from now, 4 years from now. It's going into our systems. We're going to show you the difference and the outcomes so that people understand why we all have to value it. So I believe the answer is yes, but it isn't all, turning a page from yesterday to tomorrow. We got to get through today.
Bishop and Ted, you're both welcome to weigh in on that, but I also want to ask you another audience question, which is, how have the events of January 6th, and specifically the number of active duty and veteran military personnel known to have participated in January 6th, how has that redounded against, Bishop, the work you're trying to do?
Sure. So the first thing I'll say is that as the secretary and the chairman and the deputy secretary have said on multiple occasions, the vast majority of those who serve do so incredibly honorably. And with great integrity. We have witnessed a very, what we believe to be a very small population within the veteran population having a larger or outsized impact overall on the conversation and the discussion. So I think it's important, and I think Ted has pointed this out earlier when we talk about exposure to various culture and having, as Gina said earlier, more of the awkward conversations around a lot of these topics. That is the effort that it's going to take in order for us first to ensure that we work and live and preside in a healthy environment overall for everyone, an inclusive, welcoming environment. And we need to get to the bottom of efforts around misinformation and disinformation before it honestly tears us apart. We all know that continues to be an issue from a variety of sources, and it's something that we need to engage and address, and do so in a very thoughtful way that ensures that everyone's that rights and that constitutional rights, privacy, and everything else is properly upheld, supported, and protected.
So Ted, working at the Brennan Center, this is a big part of your day job. So I'm looking forward to you weighing in on this as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So, one of the biggest benefits of service, military service, or service in the federal government where you're exposed to other Americans, again, is this increased social contact and sort of working towards a bigger goal, a mission bigger than yourselves. But the benefits are really a function not just of exposure, but that it's happening in places where there's principled leadership and in institutions that are sort of have a normative culture of acceptance and of tolerance for others, and not sort of an intolerant culture. What we're seeing, and I think what's responsible for some of the veterans we saw participating in January 6th, is that exposure does not last a lifetime. The benefits of intergroup contact, in the wrong conditions or even in the right conditions, it doesn't last forever. And so what happens is there's sort of a radius and a half-life to this exposure. If you have a veteran, if you have someone who serves, meets people of different races, ethnicities, religion, et cetera, and then they leave service and go back to their home community, the exposure they had to other groups doesn't last them forever. And after some time, maybe a year, 2 years, 5 years, it begins to dissipate, and they can become susceptible to some of the divisive narratives or some of the animus towards other groups that is being fostered maybe in their local communities. So the exposure isn't enough. It has to happen in the right set of leadership, the right culture, and then be cultivated once military service or diplomatic service is ended in order to ensure society benefits from the sort of intergroup contact.
Now, I was told that we can go a little bit over our original time, and I've got one more question for you both, and it's the kind of question that I love to ask, and I'm pretty sure you're both going to love to answer. We have viewers who want to know where they can study more about this field and how they can get the kind of jobs and do the kind of work that you both do in this space. So if we're raising up a new generation of people who see diversity, equity issues in national security as not just a cause to take on, but as something they could devote a career to, where would you send them?
Yeah, that's a really good question. And unfortunately, I'm biased because I would tell them go join the military and experience it firsthand. But that aside, so look, there's lots of good books out there and programs, undergrad, but certainly graduate programs that do a good job of looking at the sociology of national security. One of the newer fields that I'm really taken with over the last few years is ontological security and the ways that national character and national identity impact national security and a nation's interests. And so you don't have to join the military to get into this work, and you don't have to be an international relations major to sort of get smart on this. Things like sociology and political communications and rhetoric also expose you to how people interact with one another and how they view people who are different from themselves, different cultures, different nationalities, different races, ethnicities, and how those differences can be cultivated towards strength or how they can be activated towards animus, and the importance of leadership and rhetoric to sort of determine which way folks go.
Yeah, I think he absolutely hit the nail on the head. I would not focus actually on a career necessarily in a particular area of national security in order to go into DEI work. I think the sociology piece, anthropology, history, to be quite frank, American and world history are very important to understanding culturally how people interact, how they engage with one another, and the history of how our government and country has had a treatment of a variety of people on a variety of complex issues, and understanding why that has taken place plays a pivotal role in understanding the types of policies that are going to be necessary to help affect it. So for me, I think that's actually the direction in which you want to go, as well as getting a general understanding about the issues facing the national security community regularly, because there are no shortage of them, whether you're looking more from a functional perspective or more from a regional policy perspective. There's so many out there that it behooves anyone that's interested in the types of issues that we've been discussing today and what we do to really focus more on the humanitarian people side of it versus the actual national security policy side.
I'm laughing a little bit because Ted and I are both recovering speechwriters, and Bishop is a recovering presidential campaign operative. So I think that might suggest another pathway that people have profitably taken in this space. I'll maybe close by saying that there are a number of groups that Bishop Ted and Gina have all worked with at various points, doing really terrific work in this space. Women of Color Advancing Peace and Security, the Leadership Council for Women in National Security, Out in National Security, Next Generation National Security. You can go to our website at New America and find links to many of them, or you can check out Bishop and Ted and Gina online and learn more about how they do that work that way.
And I want to end by thanking all three of our panelists for coming on for this conversation, which was really terrific in its own right. And something that was really unimaginable even 20 years ago. And as Gina said, perhaps somewhat unnecessary 20 years from now. Thank you all so much for coming.
Thank you, Heather, for moderating that and also for suggesting that excellent panel and the panelists on it. As we wrap up today, we're going to hear from Gideon Lewis Krause, who wrote a fascinating piece for the New Yorker about 6 months ago, essentially looking at the question of what is it, UFOs that the U.S. military have identified. What does it all mean? And so I will we'll go to the videotape. He's recorded a discussion about that subject.
My gosh. They're all going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Look at that thing, dude. They're going against the wind. The wind's 120 knots from the west. Look at that thing, dude.
What was going on with the Pentagon and UFOs? This was a topic that was routinely treated very seriously by officials, by senior people in the military, by the mainstream public media. I mean, this was routinely on the cover of Life magazine, the Saturday Evening Post, even the New York Times magazine. And then around 1969, this all of a sudden was relegated to the fringes. It was something that serious people no longer were expected to talk about. And for decades, it was the same. Any talk of UFOs was inevitably linked to questions of alien abductions or ancient aliens or who built the pyramids or who drew the Nazca lines. Until just a few years ago, when in December of 2017, the New York Times published a very long investigation into the question of a secret black money program that Harry Reid had begun funding in 2007, 2008 to look into the question of UFOs and their relationship to our ongoing military concerns. So I think the issue to think about it in a venue like the Future Security Forum, and the way that I would frame this for this audience is to say, what are the things that we are encouraged to talk about, and what are the things that we are discouraged to talk about as far as fringe anomalous observations go? And in this case, fringe anomalous observations being sort of one vessel to talk about broader questions of things that we don't understand. So for a long time, the feeling of the military between 1947 and roughly 1953 was, look, this is a very tense post-war moment, the beginning of the Cold War. It seemed obviously in recent memory, there were the first use of the atomic bomb. It seemed very possible that foreign adversaries like the Soviets had developed craft that could easily outmaneuver us and travel several times faster than the speed of sound. And so it was a very real concern that there were things in our airspace that we couldn't account for. But the point was, serious reports were coming in from credible people like military pilots, civilian pilots. There were hundreds of these coming into the Air Force every year. So the feeling was something had to be done about the fact that all of these strange sightings were happening. There was also the feeling that we could not show that we were ignorant of stuff going on in our airspace. We couldn't show that there were repeated incursions into our airspace, potentially by adversaries, that we couldn't account for. And especially in the early moments of the Cold War, we never wanted to project that kind of weakness. So there were two countervailing tendencies among officials. There was the feeling of we should take weird things seriously because it's the only way we're going to learn if there's stuff going on that's beyond our ken. And on the other hand, we need to prevent people from taking weird things too seriously, or it'll look like nobody's minding the story. So this was more or less the kind of epistemological conflict that went on in official circles through most of the 50s and the 60s. Of course, the public imagination was completely captured by these reports, and people were fascinated by it. And one of the things that I found that I think has sort of been lost to history is that there was certainly an interesting kind of class dimension to this at the time, that many of the people who were doing the reporting were people like policemen and firefighters and other first responders, and many of the people who were doing the sneering and the debunking were Hayden Planetarium astronomers or Harvard astronomers. And so there was some tension between scientists saying this couldn't possibly be true, and people like policemen and pilots saying these are things we saw with our own eyes. Don't tell us what we saw or what we didn't see, and don't tell us that something that looked like a flying disc was actually just Venus. I mean, we know what Venus looks like, and this wasn't Venus, and that's insulting. So all of this came to a head in the late 60s. Party leader Gerald Ford called for a hearing. There were hearings about the Air Force project that had looked into unidentified flying object sightings. These hearings eventually culminated in a scientific panel hosted by the University of Colorado, which was helmed by a nuclear physicist who was kind of a known debunker, known not to take this stuff seriously. And they came out with a report in 1969 or the fall of 1968 that was 1,000 pages long that basically said there's nothing to see here. There's no national security interest here. There's no reason for scientific concern or curiosity. Kids shouldn't be allowed to study this in school. We need to put this whole thing to bed and make people understand that this is really just a fringe topic. So to some extent, the history of this time shows that UFO conspiracy theorists aren't totally wrong to believe that there was, in fact, a concerted effort to get people not to take this stuff seriously, and it worked. And after about 1970, that's when you start seeing the mainstream media making fun of these things. You see most official pronouncements making fun of these things. But at the same time, behind the scenes, you still have people taking it seriously because the concerns about potential national security implications never went away. So the decision was, in public, we still need to project this strength. We need to show that we know what's going on and that we're never left puzzled by flying enigmas. But in private, the feeling was, we still need to be aware that there might be stuff going on that we need to figure out a better way to account for. And there are lots of documents that have come out through various FOIA requests over the years that show that this stuff was taken seriously. There's an amazing memo written by a DIA official from 1976 after some Iranian pilots had an encounter with what they described as a massive UFO over Tehran. This was reported back to Washington as a serious subject for concern. So then the question is, what then happened in the last few years to bring this back to national attention? Now, the sort of cynical answer is, well, lots of people are interested in UFOs. There's no reason to believe that our high-ranking government officials, both elected officials and in the military, are prone to have more reasonable, rational beliefs than the rest of us. And so this is just a matter of a few kind of UFO nuts who managed to end up in positions of power where they could fund UFO studies. So one version of this just says, well, people who are interested in UFOs finally had an opportunity to pursue official inquiries. Probably to some extent, part of that is true, but at the same time, this was all, it's no surprise that this coincided with the early years of widespread drone deployment. And increasingly over the last couple of years, there's definitely some evidence that at least some of these mysterious UFO sightings over our carrier groups probably represented drone swarms, either from our nation state adversaries or non-nation state actors. And so the question then, the balance that had set the taboo in motion began to shift, that all of a sudden it seemed somewhat less important for us to emphasize that we knew everything that was going on in the air, and a little bit more important for us to say, look, if we're hearing weird things from our pilots, we might need to concede our puzzlement in public in order to make sure that we are getting good information from the people who are on the front lines to tell us what's going on. Because if there is wide-scale drone swarm deployment, that certainly is a national security issue, and we would never want to discourage people from reporting things like that just because they're afraid of being seen as UFO nuts. But the point that I would leave you with is that there's always this question of, to what extent do you want to leave yourself open and vulnerable by saying that you don't know what's going on, versus versus making sure that you have an opportunity to update your priors about that. And I think the UFO story is a great case study in why exactly we would admit uncertainty and ambivalence and why we would hide that uncertainty and ambivalence.
No, it's not. What is it? Kerry, what is that? What is that? Kerry, what is that?
I have no idea.
Holy crap.
Don't move me.
Well, on behalf of Arizona State University and New America and our joint future security program, as well as on behalf of our partners, the Joint Special Operations University and the Strategic Studies Institute at the U.S. Army War College, we thank you for spending part of your day with us today. We know your time is valuable, and we're thrilled to include you, to be part of your day. And our goal is to bring together diverse thought leaders talking about security. And one of the interesting lessons, and I hope something you'll take away today, is the way in which security now in this time is a term that's shifting in what it means. We see this with the pandemic. We see this with climate change, with all sorts of shifts and changes in our lives. And perhaps one of the core lessons of 20 years after 9/11 is the need to work together on reconceptualizing what security means. So we look forward to seeing you tomorrow on day 2 of the Future Security Forum 2021. We'll begin at 9:30 in the morning Eastern time. And once again, thank you for your time and take good care.